Okay, and we should be live now. If you can give me a 5 by 5 in the chat to let me know that the audio is working and we're good to go, we will get started once I know audio is good to go. Had some issues with my chat screen over here, but I think that's resolved. I think it should be working now. I think we should have, perfect, we have audio. All right, what we're doing today is the audio analysis, the Crack-Thump audio analysis that's already been done many different times by many different people. I've not started my analysis yet. I'm going to do it in 3D in a 3D software called Blender, and I'm going to be using Python as well. So all of the other ones so far have been two-dimensional. They've just been using basically Google Earth. And what I'm going to be doing instead is I'm going to be doing it in three dimensions inside a 3D software. So we're drawing spheres and not circles, which I think is definitely a step in the right direction. So we're going to be writing an add-on in Python, which is going to be kind of boring for a lot of people, but that's just what the stream is. And I'm going to show you the spec that I have for what we're going to try to achieve today. What we're going to try to achieve is we're going to create a Blender add-on, which is a software that sort of runs inside of another software. A Blender add-on that resembles a first-person shooter game to be used for Crack-Thump forensics. The static inputs for the software for the user are going to be the XYZ locations of each microphone defined by user placing empties in the viewport, as well as a confidence and Crack-Thump delay for each speaker, property accessed and set by user in the user interface. The dynamic inputs, so the thing that the user will change between tests, is a button to add virtual rifles and the settings on each rifle unique to each rifle for ammunition speed. So the static inputs are just the scene setup, and then the dynamic inputs are the things you change between different tests as the user. The interactions that the user will do is they will provide motion for the virtual rifle. So they're going to be moving the rifle around to test different shooting locations. And they can also aim the rifle at different targets and press a button in order to find out whether or not that shooting position works based on the Crack-Thump of each microphone. The buttons are going to be a button on each rifle and a button to test all rifles at once. So you'll be able to fire each individual rifle or fire all at once, because you'll have multiple rifles so that you can store different shooting locations simultaneously. The outputs will be an accuracy score for each rifle calculated at time of firing, displayed on the rifle's UI. Also a text file recording all test results externally for history, and then it will print an accuracy score for each microphone to the terminal for each test to tell you which microphone may or may not be failing. The method we will use is we will predict Crack-Thump delay for each microphone based on the virtual rifle's direction, location, and ammunition speed. It will simulate a mock cone mathematically to predict crack, and then it will score the test based on the prediction accuracy of each microphone. In order to do this correctly, we need to make some assumptions about what we can and cannot do. First of all, at Utah Valley University, the recordings we have, the microphones are not time synchronized, which makes it a lot more difficult to do than a lot of the other systems do. So when you talk about the systems they use in cities in order to identify the location of a gunshot, they have time synchronized microphones, which means you basically have time code overlaid onto each microphone that tells you exactly what time of day the recording starts. We don't have the exact time of day each of the UVU recordings begin, so that makes it a lot more difficult to triangulate, but we can still do it. We're also assuming that there is a supersonic projectile in the air. We know that because of the Crack-Thump noise and the variance between each microphone. We also assume that there is a supersonic projectile creating a Mach cone because it is supersonic. We also assume that the time between crack and thump indicates a distance, indicates the distance of the rifle. We cannot assume the ammunition type, we don't know, but that's okay because a supersonic projectile is a projectile, and we can, it doesn't need to be a bullet, it could be a fighter jet for all we care, it doesn't matter. We will need to test different velocities to see which gives us the most accurate score, but that's just one of the test parameters that we feed into it that we do not assume we already know. And then the rifle location is also unknown. We will be testing. So when you have time synchronized microphones, you can triangulate the location of the microphone. You put in the data and then it just gives you a location. We can't do that with this because the microphones are not time synchronized. When the microphones are not time synchronized, you have to sort of go in reverse. You propose a location and an angle, you feed it into the system, and it tells you the accuracy. It tells you if it's right or wrong. It's not going to, you're not going to put in the data and then it just spits out a location. So that's how that works. And there are probably some other assumptions that we'll go over later that I didn't think of in the first like 2 minutes when I started doing this. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to check comments real fast. Yeah, so to prepare you, this stream could take a long time. It could take an hour, it could take 3 hours, it could take 6 hours. I don't know. We're going to get this done. It's probably going to be long, it's going to be slow, it's going to be boring unless you already know how to write Python add-ons. So fair warning, it's going to be low, slow, and tedious. But we're going to figure this stuff out. All right. So first thing we need to do, I've already prepared some of the stuff that we need, but I have not done it. So I have the audio files downloaded already. It's a good start. And I did do some sort of pre-tests to make sure I know what I'm doing. And I do, like I know how to, the first thing we need to do is we're going to create an Excel spreadsheet, and we are going to create that Excel spreadsheet to tell us the delta T between the crack and the thump in each recording. All right, so I'm going to delete this, and we're going to go into Microsoft Excel here, share my screen, and we're going to go into Adobe Audition here, and we're going to go to the first recording, and we're going to find the delta T, or the time between the crack and the thump, for the very first recording. And I'm going to make sure that you can hear this. I think you should be able to. I think you should be able to hear it. But I will actually put in my headphones and switch that to there so that we can make sure that you can hear this.
So you're not counting gang violence. Great.
Yeah, I think you can hear that. You guys can hear that, right? Oh yeah, I think that was an answer to that question. Can you guys hear the audio from Audition in the chat? I'm pretty sure you could. Thank you. Perfect. All right. So we're going to find the Crack-Thump now. I already did, but I think it's right here. Go back to my screen. Yeah, so there's the Crack-Thump. And we're going to zoom in on this. And when I highlight it, it will tell me the distance between them. So that's about the start of it, of the crack. And that's about the start of the thump. And I can find, whoops. So this is the start. And this is the end, the start of the crack, and then the start of the thump. Okay. Perfect. And now down here, it tells me that the duration is 0.33. So now I go up to here, front house center. That is the recording we're looking at. And we go into Excel and say FHC. FHC is going to be 0.33. 0.33. Okay. And now we're going to go into addition again and go to the next one. FHL. So front house left.
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Okay, and it looks like it's right here. Yep. Gonna zoom in and do the exact same thing. And we're just gonna go down the line and get that Crack-Thump distance for all of these and record them. Okay, and then this one is 0.235, and that is front house left. Front house left, and then it was 0.235, I think. 0.235. Is that right? 0.235, yep. Now front house right.
Too many.
Maybe it's over here.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Okay, I think it's this right here. I think it's this. Yep. And I'm going to go over to here to the beginning. And I'm not doing it in the middle because we're going to have a lot of echo and that can throw off the values. So I'm starting at the very beginning of each peak. All right, so that is 0.238, and that is front house right. Front house right, 0.238, 0.238. All right, and now we're going to go to the next one down, which is house center. I guess it's over here somewhere.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Guess this is it. Yep. Won't let me zoom in the way I want. Can you let me? There we go. Perfect. And now the very beginning of it, and very beginning of it, you have 0.72 for house center, 0.72. House center, 0.72. Shouldn't be 0.72. It is 0.272. 0.272. 272. And those are in seconds. All right, so that's house center. And we're going to go to, we're going to skip this one because this is from Blake. And there's some issues with Blake. And this one doesn't even have a Crack-Thump. So we got some issues with this.
Where is the... Less than 1% has been you said evidence. You said that you think that LDS has more evidence.
Okay, where... The volume on that is really high, at least for me. And I'm not an expert on this software, so I think it's over here.
Great.
Yeah, so that one is just, there's no Crack-Thump on this one, so we're not going to do this one. And that came from Blake, so it's suspect, in my opinion. We're going to close that one out. Go to house left front and find it in there.
Counting.
Maybe it's right here. Yep. All right. And that was the only one without Crack-Thump, and it definitely should have had one. So 0.218 for house left front. 0.218. House left front. All right, back to audition. House right close. I'm not sure where that would be. Yeah, we're going to skip that one as well. And I guess that matches up with what Algeist said with the stuff on house right being really wonky. I mean, there definitely is something there, but it's not defined. It's not resolved. I guess you have this little bump here, but I'm not going to sign off on that. You have the crack, but then there's really no thump. You can hear it, but it's just not defined very well. So we're going to skip that one. Go right to house right. See if this one's any better. That one's not very good either. But we do have the higher frequency stuff. I think that higher frequency stuff tells us where the other one is. I think. You might not be able to see it on your screen, but you can see just a little bit of glow right there. And I'll just match that up with this glow, but we need to give that a low confidence score when we go into the software. So that's going to be 0.229 for house right. .229. Low confidence. Okay, and now go back into audition, and this is going to be the stage right 4K camera behind Frank Turek. That's afterwards.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Okay, it's right there.
Counting or not counting?
Nope, I didn't tell you to start. Like it's right there. When I did my pretest, this one was really wonky because it's 0.196, and I don't know why it's so much faster. Kind of weird, but it's 0.196, and that is stage right 4K. I can just do stage right 0.196 because I would expect that the ones further away from the Lozi Center to be slower Crack-Thump time, but that one's faster. That might be because it's so close to the Mach cone point that maybe that's why, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Kind of weird. I don't know. We'll find that out later if it gives us a higher error score or not. But those are the primary ones, and then there's also, I'm going to check chat, make sure we're still good to go. Did Blake really get doxxed? If it's public info? No, I don't think he did. I think that the stuff that came out was, like, you can find it literally in 5 seconds on your own. And it's public information. Just go to arrests.org and type in his name, or mugshots.com or whatever. Just type in his name and all that information comes up. In my opinion, he was not doxxed. But that's the narrative that a lot of people are going with. But we're not talking about that right now. But yeah, looks like we're good to go over there. Perfect. And we're going to go to archive.org. Switch to my screen. Bookmarks. Archive.org. We're going to find that Life is Driving video, and we're going to get the audio from that just from OBS. So I do not have time to download that entire thing. We're going to find the one that's really huge. One with gigabytes. They really need to rename all these because the names on these suck. They're not helpful at all. Let's see if this is it. I think it is. Nope, that's not it. There should be one that's like gigabytes in size. It would be the Life is Driving video. If it's not here, I can find it on YouTube and just pull it from there. Does anyone know which one it is on archives.org? The Life is Driving one? Oh, 3. No, that's not it. Like, they really need to update the labels on these. It's really ridiculous. Oh, 1.8 gigabyte. Here we go. I think this one's it. Number 10, I guess. Can you increase your mic volume? The other audio is good. Yes, I can. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. That should be better. I really wish I need to get another monitor so that when I go to OBS, it doesn't just show you my OBS. Why is it playing? No. Okay, this is it. Perfect. So we're going to record, and we're going to play that. But the way I'm doing this is kind of sketch, but it's okay. It's audio. It's not video. I guess I could just download it. That would be a lot easier, I guess. And sitting here waiting for it to... Maybe this would even be better. It's probably because I'm streaming at the same time. That's why it's so slow.
Go down and see the...
And I'm recording.
Get closer, are they like restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded.
It's just, there's just so much.
Before we had a flag and we had it so it's positioned above the tent so it would be in the camera. And they just moved.
What was that?
Okay, I think we got that. And back to me. And stop recording. Better? Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna go into movies and find that and drop that in. That is going to be, what is that going to be? Backstage left, I guess. Call that backstage left. Close that out, actually. Why will it not let me close it out? Close selected files. Copy it, put it in downloads, a videos, paste item as, nope, don't do that. Rename. Can you please let me rename, sir? God. Backstage left. There we go. And drag that into Audition. And here we go. Now we should be able to find it. Yep, there it is. I don't know how well defined it is though. Perfect, here it is. Yeah, it's really not defined terribly well. Can you see my screen? I think you can. Okay, I think it's those two. So here we go. And that is 0.132. So backstage left. Backstage left. 0.132. Okay, so those are our... This is going to be delta t. And I don't know how to type in the actual Greek character for delta. Insert symbol. Do we really need to? I don't think so. I'm not that worried about it. The little triangle symbol, I don't know how to do that. Symbol, here we go. I don't want emojis. I just want that's it. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We have found the symbol. Okay. We're really legit here. All right, confidence. And that's just going to default. I don't know what the scale for confidence will be. We'll figure that out later. It'll probably be an integer or something. So that is our Crack-Thump data. The next thing we would need to do is, I guess, start building the add-on. Because the next thing we would do is we would locate the positions of each microphone on the 3D map. And I do already have the 3D map right here. And that was just for the thumbnail. We don't need that. That's our 3D map. This is to scale. So we will be using this. Let me get rid of this and get rid of this. That is one of the possible positions. And I have my origin set to that position. I'm going to file save as. A new one is going to be, and the name of the software I think is going to be called CalCrack. I think that's a safe name because it's like calculate crack. Initially I was thinking like Crack-Thump, like maybe a special word for thump, but that's what I came up with. And I think this is a pretty good name for the software. And it is going to be public open source software. Save as. Okay, so now we're in there. And I'm actually going to, I guess we can start positioning them before, because I know once I start doing the Python stuff, I'm going to lose my audience. And that's expected and perfectly okay. So I suppose we can go ahead and start positioning our microphones. So I'll split screen this, I guess, here. Like so. You can see my screen, right? All right, so the Life is Driving video was filmed. And I also want to look at all geists. Let's pull up all geists. I don't want to get too affected by that. I want to do my own thing, but I want to see what his things are as well. All geist. Pull up his thing. We can see where he put his stuff. Yeah, okay. So back into Blender here, we're going to get our, what are we going to use? Are we going to use empties for this? Probably use empties. Yeah, so shift add. Maybe I should use a speaker, but that might get confusing. But I kind of want to use an empty. Let's just use an empty. Then we can make the rifle be a mesh. Or I don't know what the rifle's going to be. But we're going to make this be an empty. We're going to put it over here somewhere, I think. And go this way. Grab said. Grab said. Was that about the right position, maybe? Seems about right. As we look over here, it's kind of hard to tell, but that seems like it's about the right position. And then we do want to add the height of the person holding it. That is also important. That's about how high it would probably be. That seems good. So that'll be, we're going to name that to, where's this empty? I seriously have to scroll all the way down. No, I would like you to move it outside the collection, please. Okay. Life, or okay, backstage left, backstage left. Okay. So that's our first one, and its origin is set there, which is. We go back over here. We're going to duplicate that, and then what's the next one? The next one is FHC, front house center. That one is located like up here somewhere. So back into Blender now. Go into this view, Shift D, and put it like, I don't know, right here maybe. Maybe where it was. Maybe, I think. That might be right. What does Algeist say? Looks like he has it right there. We'll
take.
I wish. Looks like he has it right there. Okay. So compromise. We'll put it like right here. And now we're going to set the height. Way too high right now. So grab on the Z. We're going to give it some height to account for the person holding it. Person holding the phone. Maybe a little bit less. Grab on the Z. Maybe grab on the Y. A little bit more this way. Grab on the Z. Probably about right there. Or maybe even grab on the X. Or like right there, maybe. That seems pretty good based on this little photo here. All right, and that is going to be front house center FHC. Okay, why is it front house center? It should be back house center or rear house center. Anyway, now we're going to do FHL, front house left. So this one, I don't know how well you guys can see the little thumbnail down here. So I'll actually pull it up over here instead. So FHL right here. All right, so this is where this one is. It's kind of off this corner here. So go into Blender, into bird's eye view, Shift D, and put him like, do we think this is level with it? Or do we think this is, that might be level. I think that's probably level. So I'm gonna put it like, probably like right there. We'll see what Algeist did. He put it about in the same spot, but he has it a little bit higher up. But I think that's level. I don't think that's looking downwards. Maybe looking downwards a little bit. So we'll go into this view. Definitely too high. Grab on the Z. Grab on the Y. Grab on the X. Okay. That seems about right to me, I think. We'll call that one, when is that? FHL. Is this still tracking well for you guys? Does this look good? This is fascinating. Everyone's performance on this poll has been straight out of central casting. Yeah, I can fine tune the locations better, but I mean, this is way more interesting than the stuff that's coming, unless you know Python. So this is the interesting stuff. We're gonna milk it for what it's worth. Okay, so we did that stuff. Now we're gonna go to front house right. We're going to go pull this one up here. Okay. And this one zooms out later. Okay. It's by the bush. So if we actually pull up Google Maps, we can find where the bush is. And place it very accurately, I think. Is it not maps.google.com? UVU. Did I just dox myself? I hope not. Probably need to fix that later. At least it didn't have the blue bubble on it. All right, Utah Valley University, here we go. Does it have better imagery? I think you can see my screen. It should. If not, I can pull up Google Earth. I think I already have it installed. And does this not let me? I don't think it does. But we have the bushes here. There's 3 bushes. Which bush is it? QuickTime player. It looks like it's maybe the first bush. We'll put it like right beside the second bush. So, well, I actually don't know where the bush is on. Hold up, go back to Google Maps. So it's on 1, 2. It's like in the middle of the pitch. We'll put it in the middle of the pitch, off to the side a little bit. Okay. So if we go back over here, go up to the top, and Shift D. I'm going to put it like right here, off to the side, like right there. That's about where it should be, I think. And I would say the height on that, maybe a little bit more on the Z-axis. He does seem like he's over the other person's head. The grab said he might be holding the camera up a little bit, or the phone up a little bit. I think that looks pretty good. That seems accurate to me. Okay, and that's going to be called, what is that going to be called? That was FHR. FHR. Okay. And now we go to house center, which is that one. No. House center. You guys can see my screen. I need to get a monitor so I can actually see what you're looking at. Okay. Well, let's see where Aljays put that real fast. I don't. Looks like he put it pretty much in the same spot. Cool. Back to Blender. Drag this over. Go back into 3D view. Take this. Top view, Shift D to duplicate. I'm gonna put this one like right here, I think. I don't think they're on stairs. I think they're probably like right up against that wall. And pretty much dead center. Not dead center on the tent, but almost. Like right here. Probably right up against the first step. And we'll give it a little bit of a grab on the Z to take it down a little bit to like right there. And yeah, that seems accurate. Maybe grab on the Y a little bit, but I think that's pretty good. And that one's going to be called house center. Perfect. All right. And now we're going to go back to Audition, House Left Front. Okay, pull that one up real fast. Where is that one? House Left Front, right here. So it's like right up against this foot, this leg here. Maybe right there. Probably further away on the Y. Right there maybe. On the X a little bit. I don't need my headphones anymore, I don't think. We already got all of our delta T's. I think that looks pretty close. Grab on the Z a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And this is called HL Front. I really need to get a pop-up there so I don't have to keep going to this other screen, but House Left Front? What it was? House Left Front, yep. Okay, and now we're going to go back to Audition, do House Right Close. That is, oh, which one that one? House Left Close. Closer.
Violence. Great.
Oops, we can't show that on YouTube. But I'm gonna go back to me and try to find if it zooms out maybe. Yeah, it looks like we're right up against that. So back to screen share. Look, we're right up against it. So close this one. And back to Blender. 3D view. Top view. Shift D. They're basically like right here almost. Or right there maybe. Ink. Maybe a little bit more. Nope, don't deselect. Maybe a little bit more over here. Because the tint does seem like it's on an angle. A little bit. But maybe like right there. That's where I'll put that one. They're right up against that desk there. You grab on the X a little bit too. And I don't know how much zoomed that in. I don't know how much that's zoomed in. That's okay. Maybe a little bit more height. Okay. And that one is going to be called House Right Closer. Another House Right Close. Close that one out. Put a House Right. That's this one. Where is it? This one? Yeah. Are everything still looking good in the chat? Sees your comment. What comment am I supposed to see? Art Rat Madness. I'll try to answer anything. Is he using Python to automate Blender? Yes, I am. Not yet, but I will be, if that was the question I was supposed to answer. Experts prove nothing hit Charlie Kirk. I think so, in my opinion. But that's yet to be determined. I think that was the question I was supposed to answer. But the answer is yes. I will be later. Back to Blender. Screen share. Okay, we're going to go to this view here, which is House Right. Back to the top. Shifty. And this one. I wonder where Algice put this one. I don't see it on there. I do have his actual file, but I don't want to bring that up here. I don't know if I would have permission to do that. Maybe he's in the chat. Can I bring up your file, dude? So that's where it really is. Thank you for the super chat. I think that's Tammy's profile. Thank you so much. It doesn't tell you what the account is, but I think that's Tammy. Thank you so much. Okay. I really need to get this on a different screen, but anyway. Yeah, I don't know where he put it, but we're going to go to back into Blender now, and I'm just going to do it myself. I think it's about right there. It definitely has elevation. See if it zooms out any. No. But it has, and you can see my screen now, right? It's the angle between this one and that one. We can see I think we want to go grab, it's not select. I think it actually needs to be more like over here, maybe. Maybe more like over here. Grab Y. No. Grab X. Grab C. Grab Z. I think that should be good. I think. A little bit less height. Okay. And that'll be house right. Great. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure where exactly that one is, but that's okay. They don't have to be exact. All right, now we have stage right 4K. That is behind Frank Turek. Pull that one up. That's a really good shot. All right, so is it like over here? Grab on the Z. Try to match this. See, this is the cool stuff that they don't do in any of the other ones, which is why we're doing it. They never do this stuff. Go into this mode since the tunnel is being an issue. Out of X-ray mode. Okay, and this is like a vertical phone, and I'm sure that if it was horizontal, you would see the tunnel there. But this seems pretty close. Grab on the Z. I think he might be up on the hill by a little bit. Probably not a lot. He might be on the hill. Because you can see the people in front of him. Maybe he's just tall, but it seems like he's above the people in front of him. Grab on the X. Maybe put him like right here. About. Grab on the Z. I'll see where Algice put that one. He's not in the chat, is he? No, he's not in the chat. But I would like to just pull up his thing, but it's okay. No big deal. Back to Blender. I think this is a pretty accurate location for it. Grab on the Z. I'm sure there are people out there who've spent a lot more time looking at each specific person and would be able to tell me if that's right or not. And we can finesse it later. It's really not a big deal. That is absolutely perfect for the purpose of this stream. So we'll put that one there. Out. That one is SR4K. Stage right 4K. No, don't go in there. Why does it always be so annoying? I don't want the plane up there. Delete the plane. Okay, there we go. That wasn't hard. So I think that's all of our points. We're going to go ahead and make sure we save that. I'll save. All right. And then we need to add our rifles. And we're going to add a rifle. It would need to have pointing ability. Maybe it would be 2 points connected together. But it would need to be a ray. From like grade school math class, it would need to be a ray. So single arrow. What does that do? That seems like the right thing to use. I don't necessarily know how to Python that, but we can figure it out. Let's set this to here. Scale it up. Oh, it's pointing directly up. Rotate on the Y90. Still can't see it. Okay. Rotate on the Y90. No. Rotate on the X90. No. Rotate on the X -90. There we go. Up here, we're going to get rid of the scale ones. Rid of these ones. And put him over here. And put that back to 3D cursor. And scale X. No. Scale Y. No. Scale Z. Here we go. Maybe not. Maybe I need to go into edit mode. No. No edit mode. Okay. How do I manipulate this? How would you like me to manipulate this? I would very much like to... See, I'm not like an actual Blender user, so I don't actually know what I'm doing when it comes to using Blender for actual Blender things. I use Blender for things that Blender is not intended for. But it's okay, we're going to figure it out. So this will be the shot to Charlie. Like I use Blender to control stage lights. And that's not what Blender is for. Grab on the Y. Alright, now we're going to go into this view and rotate it down and scale it a little bit more. Is that actually hitting Charlie? I think it's actually hitting the van. Or it would be. Rotate a little bit more. rotate on the Y, I think it would be. Yeah, there we go. Now rotate on the X. Perfect. So that'll be the van. That'll be the van shot. So that's our first rifle. And then we're going to Shift D, click. And now we're going to go into and grab or rotate on the Y. I think. Nope. Rotate on the X. And bring it over to there and rotate on the Y. Whoops. Rotate on the X. Whoa. Oops, it had it. Rotate on the X, shift. Finesse. And rotate on the Y, shift. Finesse. I think we should be good. Yeah, so those are our two rifles that we definitely want to test. And we can add some more ones later. Let's also add one on Sorensen. We had some ideas people had about Sorensen. So Shift D, grab, put, hold on, rotate. Nope, rotate at bounding box center. Rotate. There. And now rotate on the Y. Oh geez, that would actually hit the top of the tent. Oh, because it's, all right, grab on the Z. Grab on the Z. Go down, please. Why are you not going down? Grab on the Z. Oh, we need, oh, here we go. Grab on the Z. Grab on the Z. Okay. And now we need to rotate on the Y, I think. Is that right? Rotate on the Y. Up. And rotate on the X. Why is it being so weird? I think that's good. Needs to go down a little bit more. And this, of course, is assuming that Charlie was actually hit. Rotate on the Y. Rotate on the Y. I think we might have it now. Rotate on the X. Y. What have I done? Did I break it? No. I think that's close enough, I think. That should be close enough. That's our vector. That's close enough. All right. So those are the three ones that we're going to test. Are there any other ones we should test? I think someone was saying there was one over here, so Shift D. And we are in top view, so we can just rotate. And we should be able to also scale. Put this on local again. Scale this a little bit. and rotate. Geez, that's not a very good rotation axis, is it? Yeah. Grab on the Z. Go back into global. Grab on the Z. Bring it down. Okay, that's pretty good. That's right where we want it. Perfect. All right, and now we're going to name them as well, because that's what smart people do. So this one is, they probably put it at the very end again. Jeez, man. You are going to be rifle house left, I guess. And then this one, rifle Sorensen. This one is rifle Losey Charlie. And then the other one is rifle Losey Fan. So those are the first four rifles that we're going to test. Get the Blender add-on running and started. So I'm going to save that, close it out. I don't think we need addition anymore, so we'll take off that CPU load and close that out. Oh gee. Back to me. And check the chat, make sure everything's good to go. Oh yes, definitely a very long process. Yes, I'm the person who shot himself with an air gun. In a good way. In a very good way. Not in a bad way. But I shoot myself with this. Not in a bad way. But I do. Can I do it right now? I can probably do it right now. I hope I don't get flagged for that. Please don't flag me for that. For saying that. It's a very safe way of doing it. It's not a bad way. But I do this stuff. Sometimes I do it to the mannequin behind me. But I do stuff that's like this. I'm actually not going to hit myself this time, but I do that. So yeah, I am that guy. If any of those close mics show... Oh, unzapped. I think I've talked to you before on spaces. Hey, what's going on? If any of those close mics show a measured 200 milliseconds Crack-Thump delay, nothing closer than 75 yards. Hold up, I need to read this quietly. Yeah, nothing inside 75 yards is remotely possible. Yeah. Anything else I need to respond to? I don't think so. Thanks for watching, guys. We are going to continue here with our add-on. So the add-on, I already have it on GitHub. I'll actually go ahead and get rid of this stuff. Where's my command? There we go. It's called CalCrack. I haven't actually written it yet, but it's already on GitHub. I'll actually link the GitHub real fast and put it back in the chat. So this is the software we're working on. It's not built yet, but I sort of used a template from another software that I have. So there's some code in there right now from a a different software, but I've deleted most of it. But that's just a foundation that I'm going to work with starting off. Okay, so we're going to screen share now. What we're going to do is we're going to make it so that we can add stuff to Blender, add stuff to the Blender software. So this is written in Python. Here we go. So if you don't know Python, this is the part that's going to get really boring, and that's okay. But we're going to figure this stuff out. So load UI list is on a load post handler. What is load UI list? Load UI list. I don't think I need a UI list, so we're going to delete that one. We don't need to append blend finals. Okay, so this is just junk from the other one. We don't need any of that stuff. The reason I'm doing it with the template is because it just skips a lot of steps, makes it a lot easier. Now this is going to have arrows. It should at least append blend finals. We don't need either of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of all this stuff. Well, I should probably comment that out actually, in case we do end up needing it. I'm on a different keyboard. I need to remember what is the no. Just comment it out. Nope. I need to get my other keyboard so I can actually code. Maybe it's this one. Nope, it's not that either. Jesus. I need to get my other keyboard. I don't understand why I cannot. There we go. I found it. Windows key and backslash. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. We're going to get rid of Windows key on a Mac is the right key. Okay. This is assert directory name, no duplicates, Blender version. That's all empty because I don't actually have those functions written yet. But okay, so this is going to, when it runs, it's going to call register, and then register right here. Register properties, register operators, register UI. Go to UI. Let's see if we can get that to draw real fast. And you can see what we're actually doing. So I'm going to go into UI, put this in View3D. It should draw. I think it'll draw. So we're going to go and palette. Nope. See, this is why I cannot. Nope, that's not it either. Jeez. How? Man palette. How do I need to actually code on this machine. This is wild. Give me a second. I'll be right back. This is the computer that I code with. So that's the, okay, so it's shift spacebar E. No? Hold on. It's Command P. Command, what's command? What is command on here? Maybe it's Windows key. Ah, there we go. Okay. I need to, oh dear. Windows key P. That's not it. Hold up. This is embarrassing. Go into, can you please go into Sorcerer? Maybe I need to go into here. Save all. Windows P. Why is it not working? I need it to just run Blender. Why? Use Command Shift key. I think it's Command Shift P. See, this is what happens when you make a brand new file and you're on a new machine and none of your shortcuts work. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play you a video. You can just watch the video as I figure this out. That'll be good. Give me a second to figure this stuff out, and I'll be right back. ProPresenter, please play your video. Oop, it's not working. Why is it not working? Hold on. And you can't, yes, you can't hear me. ProPresenter, settings, screens, figure screens. Jeez, man. Go back to me. Maybe this will work. That's not going to work either. Hold on. Maybe it'll work now. I don't think it's working. Nope, it's not working. I need you to work, please. ProPresenter, settings, screens. No, settings, right here. Screens. Screens, configure screens. Oh, it's right there. Perfect, now it should work. Why is it not working? Not working. Okay. There's literally no reason for it not to be working right now. I guess this one is dead. New video. Source here. Capture card device. Existing Comp2 video. That here. Please work. Please go. Come on, man. And we still have. Come on. Capture card device. New device. Not coming up. Maybe. I guess this thing just decided to die for no reason. Nope, it wasn't dead. Device. Device. USB 2 video. There we go. Okay. Can you please work now? No? Settings. Screens. Come on. Where's screens? Screens. Configure screens. HDMI video. No, it's not gremlins. It's just this stuff does not maintain its settings. It just gets disconnected and then it just refuses to reconnect. Because it's just... This is like a great ad for OBS, I guess. It's just not working. And this whole time, I'm just trying to figure out how to get my software to work. Oh, perfect. Now that's broken. For literally no reason. Maybe that was the webcam that I unplugged. I don't think it was. No, it wasn't. I need to go into here now, because that decided to break as well. Now the resolution should be back. Now the resolution's back. Okay. And now my screen is still working good. Alright. I don't know why the video's not working, but it's not working right now. Okay, well, I still need to figure out how to get this to work. It's just... It's Command P. Sorry, guys. Command P. I need you to run Blender. Search files by name? No. Okay, I guess I need to go into my... I need to figure out why on earth this thing is not working. Open recent. Why do you not have Sorcerer? Maybe if I just get it to run Sorcerer real fast. Go into here. Go into... Where is Sorcerer? Please show me Sorcerer. How do I go back? Repositories 5. Where is Alva Sorcerer? Organizations. Alva Theaters. Repositories. I'm supposed to have that already on my system, but I guess not. Copy. Go into VS Code. Code. File. Exit out, I guess. Ease. VS Code. Clone get repository. I don't understand how that's not on here already, because I know it's already on here. I know I've ran this before. Or maybe I haven't. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I actually have not run this on this computer. Because I think, you know what? That's why. When I literally have not coded on this computer. The only thing I've done on this computer is John Bray's thing. And that did not require Blender. And I did look at some Blender code on it, but I did not actually run Blender from this computer at all. So that's a problem. That's why. Yep, that would be why. So I literally cannot run Blender right now from VS Code because I did not set that up. And I needed to. So, but like I said, this could end up being a 6-hour stream, so it's okay. It's no big deal. We're going to get this figured out. But that was just something that I should have done beforehand. Like, this is not something we should be dealing with right now. But And I'm sure that if I go into here, show screen, if I do Command P, yep, it doesn't work. Okay, that is just completely my fault for not doing the slightest bit of setup before I did this stream. I just assumed this computer was already configured, and it was not. It was partially configured. So I need to install Jacques Lux thing. So I'm not going to quit the stream because, can you not show me that, please? GitHub. Animation node, Blender VS Code. We're going to give him some credit here. Source or screen share. Jacques Lux, he's a Blender developer. He runs the thing that you need in order to get VS Code to run Blender, which is what I need right now. Okay. How do I run this? Is there a creating a new add-on? No, I need to quick start. Install the extension the same way you install. Well, I don't know how to install a thing. ID is Jacques Lux. How do I install a VS Code extension? I'm not a real developer. I need help here. How do I install a VS Code? Can you hide that, please? Install a VS Code extension. Sorry guys, this is just housekeeping work that I need to do. I already installed VS Code. Install from the command palette. Command Shift P. Extensions, install extensions. Okay. Nope, not that one. Command Shift P. Extensions. Install extensions. Here we go. Jacques Lux. It's going to show up there. Blender development. I think that's it. Right? I think that's it. Blender VS. I think that's it. Yeah, Blender development. Perfect. Install. You trust Jacques Lux? Yes, I do. He is a Blender developer. See, this is the stuff you have to do when you get a new computer. Should be installing that now. What this software does is it allows me to use my code editing software to run Blender directly. So that makes things a lot easier to develop. Did it install or what? What's going on here? It does installing, okay. We'll check out the chat real fast. I seriously need to get another monitor. Yes, this is my fault. This is not your fault. Can you recap where was the source of the bang? I think they're talking to someone else. In Omaha, Nebraska, Charlie's definitely living in your neighbor's basement. I mean, I would be pretty surprised if he was in Omaha, Nebraska, but if you can get a photo of him, I guess share at your own peril. Use the other computer. No, the reason I got this new computer is because the old computer cannot run OBS. It's a MacBook Air from 2020. It's not going to be able to run OBS. As soon as you even start OBS, before you even do anything, the fan goes up to full speed and it has basically no frame rate. It runs at like 5 FPS. And I wouldn't dare try to stream off that thing. But it's pretty good for coding, but it's not very good for streaming. Okay, it is installed. Perfect. Blender start. Add-on starting. Oh, this is gonna run Sorcerer. No. Stop. Don't run Sorcerer. We need to get back into file, open recent. Calcrack. Is that a good name? Calcrack? Like calculate crack? Calculate Crack-Thump? Is that a good name? I wonder if there's any reasons why you could easily turn that into something foul. I don't think so, but it's a concern until proven otherwise. Okay, Blender start now. Use Blender executable. Perfect. That's what I expect to see. Applications. Can you see my screen? Now you can see my screen. And if this doesn't work, it's just going to be more time. No big deal. You need to... Are you okay with that? I think we might be good to go. Maybe. Yes, please make that default. Is it gonna run? It might be about to run. Might take a little while. Selecting debug pie. But I don't see any errors yet. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now we are running. And we should have our add-on. Cannot read file calcrack.blend. Why not? Alva Theaters downloads calcrack.blend operation not permitted. What? About this one? What are you talking about? Oh, it's probably a permissions thing. Do I need to give it permissions? I don't remember that problem. Be restored. Let's try that again, yeah? Yeah. I'll crack. Okay, why are you reporting that? Operation not permitted. Cannot read file. Oh no. File, open recent. I'll crack. What the heck, man? It must be a permissions thing. That must be what's going on. Blender from opening a local file using doc flux thing. No, answer now, please. It's not giving me a thing. Yeah. Sandboxed. Okay, how do I unsandbox it? Mac OS. Can you still see my screen? Blender's open. Yeah, okay. Well, that's great. How do we fix it? Force it to appear. It's not prompting that. It's not prompting anything. It's just the Blender operator is reporting unable. In Blender, open the Python console and run that. I don't feel like... No, it's just saying... Maybe there's something in the README about this. Opening Blender for the first time may take longer, yeah. Creating a new add-on. Existing warning. May lead to data loss. Don't use the UI to uninstall. I hope it's not just a bug in this. Let's check the bugs. Issues 51. Crash. No, that's not. I don't see anything there. It has to be a permissions thing for why. Like I said, guys, this could be a 6-hour stream, so I'm gonna try to get this fixed. But don't expect this to be short, quick and easy. Let's copy paste. Why is that not reporting over here? I'll screenshot it. Let's screenshot it. File, recent. Oh, crack. Can you please open? Damn it. Me. Add photos, desktop. Where's that screenshot? Need the screenshot. I need that screenshot. I can't spend 5 hours looking for the screenshot that I just took. Go to recent, created, date created. There it is. What is playing right now? I don't know what that was. Oh, you know what? Was that? Oh! That was my scheduler. Haha. For my live broadcasts. That was QLab. I guess it just plays every day. Okay. That was for the live broadcasts where I do these tests. Because it's exactly 7:35 p.m. That's what that was. Give Blender explicit permission to access downloads. System settings, privacy, security. Go back to me. System settings, privacy, and security. Blender. But the crazy thing is, when I run it from... Hold on. When I run Blender normally, it opens just fine, just not when I run it from VS Code. System privacy and security, files and folders. Where is that? Files and folders. VS Code, documents and downloads. Can I not give this? This is not showing anything. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on, man. I think we might be good now. I just need to put, I don't understand why this thing can't just have access to everything. But whatever, okay. Where is that file located though? What I need to know. Where is this file located? Open file location. You can see my screen now. Then downloads, I think. Is it? Where is your file location? File. Open file location. No. Okay, it's right here. So it's in downloads. So maybe it'll work now. I promise we will get to the audio stuff soon. And now we're going to try this again. Nope, not that. Go full screen. Maybe it'll work this time. Oh, crack. There we go. Perfect. Now it's working. You can see my screen. Okay, and now we should have this. And I think we do. So we're going to call that now. Go into UI. We're going to exit this. Can I see terminal, please? We don't need shush. Close out, please. And we're going to call this Calcrack. What do we think about that name? Is Calcrack a bad name? Sure, audio are enabled. I'm not doing playback right now. We're not doing playback right now. No, Blender is not owned by Larry Ellison. It's open source and it's owned by the Blender organization. What do we think about the name Calcrack? Go back to Blender, or no, go back to VS Code. Back to screen share. Calcrack with the K. And we're going to just put row.label text equals test. Okay. And wait, did I mess this up? Field category. Oh no, that's just the header there. Calcrack settings. It's been a little while. It's been like an entire month since I've coded on Blender, so that's why I'm a little bit rusty. Now we're gonna run this again. And we can see we have Calcrack over here. And I need this to open this one, file, default save startup file. Yeah. Make that the startup file. Okay. And there we go. We have our test. We are good to go. Okay. So now we can actually start deciding what we want to do. What do we want to do here? When we have an empty selected, let's go back to our spec. It says static inputs, locations of each microphone defined by user placing empties in viewport, a confidence and CT delay for each speaker. So we need to add 2 properties here. So we're going to go into properties.py since I already have that set up. Don't need any of that stuff. Sure, unique test name, don't worry about that. We are going to, this is supposed to be properties. Why is this all that stuff? We need scene properties. So we'll keep one of those. This is going to be Calcrack PG test to be scene property group. Then we'll have, I don't even know what it's going to be. You don't need an updater. Perfect. Calcrack PG scene, copy this. Okay. Scene.blendfinals.calcrack. Okay, so now we have scene properties. And yeah, this all looks good. And we now need to register stuff onto there. We need to register stuff onto It's so long since I've done this. Hold up. File. Save. I need it. Oh, I remember how to do this. Bippy.types.object equals, or no, dot. Is it bippy.types.empty? No. Objects dot confidence equals, that's going to be a integer property. Why is that not up here? Integer property. Why is the, oh, it's int property, that's right. Oop. And just int property. Name equals confidence. And default is going to be 3. Minimum is going to be 1. Max is going to be 3. Okay. That's registered objects. Singular. And we also need our, what did I do? Paste. What did you do? No. This is going to be our delta t for each object, or for each empty. Delta t. Default is going to be 0. This is going to be a float property. Why is that not saying float property? Why is this underlined? Float property. Delta t default is going to be 0. Minimum is going to be 0 because we can't have negative time. And maximum is going to be, I guess, 5. Because, well, let's make it 100, I guess. I don't know why it would be 100 seconds, but that's going to be the maximum. We need a maximum, not really, but we're going to have it anyway. So those are what we need to register to objects. And then other dynamic inputs are, oh, we also need, for the rifle, it's going to be the speed of the projectile. That's another thing that we need. I'm going to make another one here. And I also wonder, bippy.types.object, is that arrow in here? Hold up, I'm going to ask ChatGPT that. When you register something to an arrow type in Blender using Bippy, what bippy.types is it? This is a very good ChatGPT question. So like when we go in Blender here and do the shift add, empty single arrow, I wonder if it's, hold up, we can figure this out. I don't need ChatGPT for this. Bring up our info editor here. Info, shift add, single arrow. Got empty. It says it's an empty. What does ChatGPT say? Yeah, there's no bippy.types.arrow. An arrow empty. He's so slow. Are we still good? We're using the Crack-Thump delay to triangulate it. Okay, so it's just an object. Cool. We'll put that on object. If I can spell object dot, I want to say bullet dot ammo speed. Int property, no, should that be an integer? Probably. Like FPS, feet per second. Projectile speed, and we'll give it a description as well. Description equals velocity of round in feet per second. FPS. No period at the end. There we go. Default will be like 1600 feet per second. Minimum is 1, maximum 100. I don't think there's any round that'll go 100,000 feet per second. No comma. Okay, so there's our ammunition speed for the rifle, and all these are objects of type empty. And I think we should be good. Yeah, I think we're good. So, is there anything else we need to add properties wise? Confidence in CT delay. Need a button for the virtual rifles. Accuracy score for each rifle. We do need to store an accuracy score for each rifle, so let's do that. Default 0, minimum 0, maximum 100. Should it be a float or should it be a... let's make it a float. Have a decimal point. So you can get like a 97.2% or something. Okay, this is going to be accuracy. Rifles accuracy score on 0 to 100% scale. And a subset about the percent sign. Maybe I do it this way and it'll not be upset. 0 to 100% score. Nope, it's still upset. Okay. Oh well, we tried. Default 0, minimum 0, maximum 100. Perfect. So now we want to draw the UI for our rifle. First, let's draw the UI for the empty, for these microphone indicators. So we're going to go into... Actually, we should do this as well. We need the total score. When they press the button for all rifles at once, we need the total score. Well, no, we don't. We don't need that. No, because we wouldn't want multiple per rifle, and we'll just store it on rifle accuracy per rifle. Yeah, we don't need that. I don't think we need scene properties right now. We'll keep it in just in case. The scene properties are properties that are stored on the scene, not on an individual object. I don't think we need any right now. Okay, we don't need that. So now we need a UI. We're going to go over here. This is going to be... I don't think we need a UI list. We probably will later, but we're not going to do that tonight. Context menu. What is this for? I don't think we need that. I think I remember what that was, but we don't need it. Record selection. Either we need this one either. That one. Oop. don't need UI list. Rid of that one. We'll probably add another one, maybe. But we're going to keep this one for now. If I don't add a comma, I think it'll throw an error. Okay, so calcrack ET panel type. What am I going to call it? Main UI. Main UI. I don't think I need a descriptor there. Or a docstring there. v30 UI calcrack settings, I guess. Poll has attribute context scene. That seems good to me. Draw. On finals. Let's do this over again. Copy. Oh, and I can also pull it to return has it, or hold on. Here we go. Boop. Has attribute scene. Has attribute. I don't need your tooltips there, bud. Context.scene dot, or hold up. Boop. Active object. Then enter, boop, and go. Test. There we go. All right, let's test this real fast. And there we go. We'll see how that does. I need you to automatically open. You did. Okay. And edit splash screen. How do I get this to not? Where's the setting for that? Help. There's a setting to make it not show splash on startup. I don't remember where it is, but it doesn't matter. Go back to calcrack and say it's not pulling false. Okay, why is it not pulling false? It should be pulling false. Context.scene.active object. You should be pulling false right now, bud. If I delete you. I don't know why that's not pulling correctly. Oh, I know why. Because it has it, but it's just not true. So I need to add another condition here. Context.scene.active object. Because the data thing exists, but it's false. It's falsy. So go. Try that again. If I select this, why is it not coming? It does not know how to pull. I need to put and. No, what are you doing? No. Just trying to get our polls to work right now. It's not working. Why is it not working? Why is this not working? You should be pulling true right now, dude. Why are you not pulling true? As attribute context scene, context.scene.active object. in context.scene.activeObject. I don't need to say equals true. I don't know. We're just gonna get out of that. I don't know why that's not working. We're gonna do that in here. If not, context.scene.activeObject return. See if that works. We will get to the fun stuff eventually. Okay, now you should pop up. Why are you not popping up? How am I getting stuck at polls? Print. Stop. How am I getting stuck at polls? This should be so easy. It's not printing anything. What is going on here? As attribute context.scene, active object. Come on. You have an active object. Why are you not? I don't understand why this is not working. This is so dumb. Okay, now it shows up. Okay. I don't know why it's just being dumb. Probably throwing an error now. Nope, I didn't mean that one. Why do you not have a scene? How's it not working? Oh, you know what? Isn't that context.scene.activeObject? I think I might know what happened. bippy.context.scene.object. Maybe it's context.activeObject. Context.activeObject, that's why. Okay. Sorry guys, I just forgot how to code in Blender because it's been an entire month since I've done it. Okay, has attribute context scene. If I spend a month not doing this stuff, I apparently forget everything. And as attribute context active object. Okay, now it should work. Now we should have a poll that actually works. This is the boring stuff. This is why it's going to be 6 hours. Okay, now it actually works. And now if I delete it, it pulls false, I think. Why are you pulling false when there's no... What? Come on, man. You don't have an active object right now. What are you doing? You don't have an active object right now, dude. Why are you pulling true? I just deleted the active object. Oh. We're right back where we started. It has it, but it's and context.active object. Okay. And I need you up there. And literally just trying to write a poll. That's all. One that actually works. Like really hard stuff here, guys. All right, now it works. Perfect. So if I have an active object in the scene, then it shows. But if there's no more active object, it no longer shows, which is what we want. That was way too much work, way too many mistakes, but we're past it now. Okay, so we don't want to have runtime errors because there's no active object. So now we are guaranteed to have an active object in the scene. Okay. Now, not caps lock, AO equals context.active object, and we are now guaranteed an active object. And now, type, or we don't want to use type, object type equals find object type. We're going to go down here and make a function find object type. I'm going to pass into it context. If context dot, or no, we're going to pass into it active object. AO. If AO dot type equals mesh, return false. Elif AO dot type, or no, if it's not mesh, return then else. AO dot, you know what, this should be, would it, its object type is empty. Object dot empty display type. Give that it. Both of the rifle and the microphone is an empty. I should probably use a walrus right there, but I forget how to do that right now. If I can't remember how to do a poll, I'm not going to remember how to do a walrus. But if AO.type equals, oh, we know it's an empty now. So got this UI, what was it? AI.type dot object dot empty display type. Empty display type equals, do we know which one it is? I have no idea. Arrows return, we need a constant. So constant up here is rifle type equals arrows, I guess. I don't know. And then mic type equals single arrow, I think. But I forget what those are. So now it's just going to return if hold up, back. Like, I know this is not a exciting stream right now, but that's okay. We're gonna get this done. I kind of wish I did some of this stuff beforehand, but I needed to get this done. Equals rifle type. And now return rifle type. And I know there's a more elegant way to do this, but it's okay. Then else, or no, not else, lf ao dot empty display type equals mic type return mic type. That's not the best code in the world, but it'll work for now. And then it'll just return false. So object type equals find object type AO. Now if object type equals rifle type draw rifle UI AO LF object type equals, I said equals mic type draw mic UI and pass AO. Okay. Now we're going to make those functions real fast. Def draw rifle UI AO. Pass for now. Def draw mic UI AO. Pass for now. Okay. Rifle, not roofle. And in here, we're going to have, we also need self. So that. And shift over. We can test this now. So this will be rifle. Don't need to pass. Going to be self. No, what are you doing? Self. Self AO. I'm going to copy this. Put it right there. It's going to be mic. Okay, cool. So now this should all work. And we should be able to, why is this in quotes? That's a constant. We don't have magic numbers and magic variables. Okay, so if active object.type is not empty, it's going to return false. If it is rifle type, empty display type, then it will return something. So we're going to run this and see what the actual types are supposed to be, because I don't know. Okay, so we're going to select this empty, and it's not showing anything, which is not a surprise at all. But if I select that, does it do anything? No. Is it throwing any errors? Are we good? It is throwing an error for draw mic UI, missing one required positional argument AO. Oh, I need to pass self, right? No. I need to pass it over here. Self and self. My bad. And we will go ahead and rerun that. Okay. So now we have nothing there. And it knows that it's a mic, but that's actually incorrect. So we'll flip that around. God, no, not that screen. Okay, but I will check the chat real fast. Are we still going okay in the chat? I know this is really boring, guys. If it's too boring, like it's fine. I will not have any hard feelings if you don't want to watch. We're just doing this for the heck of it, basically. It's like we have some discussions going on. Perfect. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. I go back to here. Screen share. Okay. So it said that it was flipped around. So mic type was single arrow. Yeah, perfect. So I got that one right. So X. Now we just need to figure out what that one's supposed to be. The what does that one look like it is? You go over here and do shift add empty plain axes. That's what I used. So plain axes. Let's try plain axis. Let's try that. Let's give that a shot. Oop, and enter. You can see my screen. Okay, so if I select an empty, it's not working. But that's working. Okay. It's not throwing an error though, but let's throw in a print statement. Print. What am I doing? F string here. Type is. Why is this upset with me? Why are you upset with me? What did I do? Print F. You don't have anything to parse, I guess. AO dot empty display type. You happy now? I think you are. Perfect. So just tell me what you expect it to be with this. Please tell me. You want it. It's not working. Why is it not printing? It'd be printing. Oh, because I didn't draw it. Now it should print. It says it's plain axis with an E. Now it should work. I feel like someone who was actually legit was an actual Blender developer who actually knew what they were doing. We would have had all this done in like 5 minutes. But you get me. Okay, so it knows that's a microphone. And it knows this is a rifle. Perfect. We've got like the first step done. Okay, so now, but this is decent code though. This is not bad code. At least. Like we're not doing like junior dev code here. We're making junior dev mistakes, but the code quality is not horrible. We're actually factoring stuff out. So, rifle UI, we want to do, that's fine, we can do that. And then we're going to do row dot, or no, we need another row. Row equals layout, or self dot layout dot row. And it's going to be row dot prop AO, and then go back into properties real fast. Going to be, which one are we in? We're in the rifle. So for the rifle, we need ammo speed and rifle accuracy. And the rifle accuracy should be disabled, because you're not going to be able, you shouldn't be able to adjust that manually. Ammo speed is the only editable property here. Ammo speed. Okay. Text equals, you know what, let's just draw it like that and see what happens, and then we'll do another one of these. And paste. Is it accuracy? Rifle accuracy, rifle accuracy. And this is going to be row dot label. Why are you upset with me now? You don't have a closing bracket. Okay, and now accuracy score. Okay, now that should work. And that should default to 0. Is that the right name? Yes, it is. Okay. So those are 3 rows. Perfect. Rifle, then the speed, and then the accuracy. And we'll give it a speed here. Text equals speed FPS. And then we'll go to the draw the mic UI here. We'll just copy this. A good start. So this is microphone, and it's going to be confidence. Okay, and then we're going to copy this because the other one is going to be editable as well. And it's going to be, what's the other one? It was confidence and delta T. Delta T. Delta T. Okay. Go ahead and run that. Okay, so we have the rifle. Says the speed is 1600 FPS. Perfect. There's a period. We go to this one and it says the confidence is 3 and delta T is 0 seconds. Perfect. All right, so now we can start plugging in our values from, so now we're getting back to the exciting part, guys. Let me check the chat real fast. Oh, we have an error. Hold up. Required parameter text to be a keyword argument in line 58. What are we upset about here? Oh, text equals. There we go. Let's make sure that works now. We're almost there. And we're now at 8:21 p.m. And I started at, I think I started at 6. We're like 2 hours in. Not bad. We haven't gotten to the algorithm yet, but that's okay. And if we go over here, accuracy score is now showing. Good. I think that's what was broken before. Perfect. All right. So now I'm going to go back to the chat and make sure we're good over here. I don't see any complaints. It's not like the world is falling, the sky is falling. Yeah, good. Okay. So now we're going to start plugging in values from Excel. We're going to plug in the delta T's. So go back into here, or into Blender actually. Go to me, or no, go to screen share. And we're going to go into this view. And this one, we'll check out, actually we'll zoom out, or nope. Slide this over. We're going to get our Excel spreadsheet in here as well. There's our spreadsheet. The BSL is, can we zoom in on this? We should be able to. Yeah, here we go. Can we scroll over though? Why won't this let me scroll over? Shift. There we go. There we go. So that's good. So BSL backstage left, that's this one. The delta T is 0.132. So delta T is 0.132. Here we go. Oh no. Well, okay. The UI stores it as not, there's only two, the UI rounds it to 2 decimal points, but it's still stored as 0.132. If we need to fix that later, we can, but we can print it out, make sure that it's still storing it correctly later. And now we're going to go to this one. That one is SR4K. That one says, where is that one? Where is that one? Why is that one not on here? I think it's this one. I just didn't label it. I think, let's check that real fast in Audition. I closed out Audition. I'm pretty sure that's it, though. Stage right, there's only one stage right, so that's it. We're good. All the other ones on that side are in the house, one house left. So that one is 0.196. Can you please type, please? 0.196 is your delta T. No, I didn't want you to do that over there. No. Oh, stage right 4K. Okay. Now, this one? This house right? House right closer. Well, which one is that? Which one is that? Jeez, man. We need to open up Audition again because I did not label it accurately. This is why we need the labels to be the exact same. We have to do it again because I did not label it. And this thing, for some reason, cannot like open recent. Why can this thing not open up the recent session? How hard would that be? I would like for you to open up a folder, not, because like I had the highlights all there. I do not wish to have to bring in all of the highlights again. We're gonna have to because Audition just sucks. But it was house right, then the 4K one, and then above it, it was, what is house right closer? Did this one just not have a Crack-Thump or what? Oh, this is the one that we had to skip because it wasn't clear enough. Okay, so that's why. House right closer got skipped. I see. So we actually need to delete that in Blender. You are house right closer. So that's why it wasn't pulling up. It wasn't my fault, I don't think. We need Excel back. We deleted that one, and we're to house right now. Let's just get this. No, not you. This one. And you can't see my screen. And no, I didn't want you to do that. Okay. We're on FHL. FHL is 0.235. 0.235. Okay. And then the next one, this one, which is HL front. Where is HL front on here? The HLF? Why can't these just be labeled correctly? HL front is over here. Did it not work? Is there an HLF? There's no HLF. Why isn't this just labeled correctly? HL front. You should be HL front, not HLF. Okay, like if we can just have the labels be correct and consistent, that would be perfect. Okay. So now, delta T for HL front is 0.218. 0.218. Okay. Perfect. And now we need this empty. That is HC, which is 0.272. 0.272. Okay. And the next one, this one, which is FHC, 0.33. 0.33. Okay. And then this one is HR, which is 0.229. 0.229. And that has a low confidence score. We're going to make that confidence be 1. Okay. And then the next one, have we done this one yet? We have done this one? No, we haven't. This one is FHR, which is 0.238. 0.238. Okay. And are there any other ones that I'm forgetting? I think we've gotten everybody. Did I get this one? Got that one. Got that one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So we have all those plugged in now. We have the delta T and the confidence plugged in. And now we need to decide what rifle to use, I guess. Do I care about that right now? No, I don't care about that right now. We're going to do that later. But what are some other things we need to plug in? I don't think there is anything else. Yeah. I think we can get to the fun stuff now. Well, we need to draw the buttons. Yeah, we need to draw the buttons. So let's draw the buttons real fast. And let's save that before I do an idiot thing and just delete it all. Control save as CalCrack. Save as. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So now VS Code, close that out. And we have that UI. We need to go into operators now. I'm going to delete most of this stuff here. This is from the other one that we don't really care about right now. And and we're going to delete everything but the bottom one. This is from just the template stuff. Property, I don't know, we don't need that right now. But this one is going to be called Rifle Fire. Rifle Fire. Cal, what is it? CalCrack? CalCrack OT Rifle Fire. And this is going to be CalCrack dot rifle fire. Okay. And result equals algorithm, I guess. Algorithm dot cal dot execute self, I guess. Result equals algorithm dot execute, and then what kind of result are we looking for? We're looking for accuracy. Accuracy score equals algorithm dot execute self. Perfect. And this is going to report to the user that the test's result was scores current rifle and position scores and that's going to be accuracy score. Okay, and then yeah, there we go. And then it's also going to say active, okay, context dot active object dot accuracy equals accuracy score. And we need to type check that inside algorithm to make sure that is a float. I think that should return a float. Yeah, okay. And now we're going to go into algorithm real fast. And we don't need that. Pass. Where's your execute method here? We need to give you an execute method and delete all this stuff. We don't need any of this stuff. Def execute self and boom. And we're going to pass in context. We're going to pass in AO. So self.context equals context and self.AO equals AO. Okay, and then turn, we're just going to hard code it right now to a float. One that's going to be like 99.47. Okay, just to make sure the stuff works. Actually delete all that stuff right now. We'll probably need Bippy, so I'll just say import Bippy. Okay, or double there. Delete that for now. Okay, and back to operators. We need U right here. Copy. Paste. Okay. Don't need int property right now because we're not passing anything to the operator. We can get the rifle that we're using via the context. We also do need to give this context and AO. AO is going to be context dot active object, and we already know that we do have an active object because we pulled for it, and we're only going to show this operator inside of the UI that is already pulled. It requires in such a way that it requires a active object. And now this can become AO. So, and we're going to run this and see what happens. I think it should work. We're not calculating anything yet. We're just building the building blocks first. And, oh, I need to draw the button first. Let's draw the button. That would help. So the button is going to be calcrack.riflefire. That's how we're going to call it in the UI. Copy. And go to UI on the rifle UI. And we're going to put it right here, I think. Row equals self.layout.row. And go down and row.operator. And oop. Gonna just draw that operator now. Perfect. And now we should be able to access it. Okay. So now if we go to say this rifle here, go to the UI, we have a fire button. Perfect. It's undocumented, but that's okay. And it has an error. Okay. Execute self-context AO, takes one positional, but did I not put that into init? I must not have put that inside the init on algorithm. I did. Oh, I know what I did. I put that in the execute method, not the... I just put on the wrong over here. Right there, please. And we should be good to go. Try that again. Select a rifle. Or no, or I guess we can select that one. And fire. Now it's upset again because I passed itself. I don't need to pass itself. Why am I passing itself? Just context and AO, please. Try that again. We're actually pretty close to where we will be doing the math part. Fire. Why are you... AO.accuracy equals accuracy. AO doesn't have accuracy? What do you mean it doesn't have accuracy? Oh, it's rifle accuracy. Okay, whatever, dude. Operators, rifle accuracy. Rifle accuracy. There we go. Boop, and boop, and boop. Go to this rifle again and fire. And we need to round that into UI, but it gave us the correct score. Perfect. We need to document that operator. And we need to, that's like the weird thing with like how computers calculate. It gives you these really weird numbers, even though it shouldn't be. That's why it's really long there, but we need to round that for the UI's purposes. Go into the UI. It is going to be, when we display it on the rifle UI, need to round that to 2 decimal points like so. Perfect. And then what did I need to do? I forget what I needed to do. I needed to do something else. There's something else that I needed to check. Fire accuracy score. Oh, we need to document the operator. Okay, so that's now fixed. We should also give it a % there. So that would go right here. And we need to document the operator. So operators, this one is going to have a doc string right here. Doot, doot, doot. Press to test the accuracy of the current rifle's angle, shooting angle, and bullet. I don't want to say bullet. That's not the correct term. Rounds velocity against the actual microphone's Crack-Thump. And I really need to, it's supposed to be what, 77? We're on line 137 now. It's whatever, it's fine. Crack-Thump delta T. We don't want that there, so let's test that, see if that displays okay. Crack. Oh, because I pressed fire. Now it is documented. It says pressed to test the accuracy of the current rifle's shooting angle and rounds velocity against the actual microphone's Crack-Thump delta T. That's not quite right, but it's close enough for this stream. And there's a grammar issue at the end, but it's okay. So I'm not going to worry about the fire all buttons just yet. Ooh, let's just add the operator. All right. We can't. There's no reason not to. Copy. And we're on a roll right now. All rifles fire. Okay. Of all rifles angles, and rounds velocities against the actual microphone's Crack-Thump delta T's. And that should be delta T's as well. Okay. Fire all rifles fire. Okay, and then we need to, we'll do that later. I'm not, I don't care about active object. We need all rifles equals. Let's do a list comprehension. Empty or empty in bippy.context.objects if empty dot, actually hold on, that should be object. No, empty for object. No. We're collecting empty. That's empty for empty in bippy.context.objects if empty dot type equals empty and empty dot, what was it again? It was, that in UI? I think that was in UI. Empty display type, empty dot empty display type, no underscore type equals, is it axes? It was, no, it was single arrow equals, oh, we need to import that. So from UI, I think, import rifle type equals rifle type, because we're coding like professionals here. We're not coding like junior dev. All right, all rifles equals empty for empty and bippy.context.objects if empty.type equals empty and empty.empty display type equals rifle type. I think that's good. Okay. And now we're going to for loop for rifle in all rifles. Ooh, accuracy score, rifle dot rifle accuracy equals accuracy score. And do we need to reset that? I don't think so. No, we don't need to reset that. What if we had this thing find the best performing rifle? Best score equals max, or hold on, we need to collect the values here. So scores equals the list and scores dot append accuracy score. Actually, we need to create a dictionary. Hold on. We need to store its thing as well. You know what? I don't want to do that. That's scary. We're not doing that right now. I've not been on LeetCode enough recently. So we're going to to append the accuracy score and I'm going to append a tuple. Accuracy score and the name of the rifle. So rifle.name. Okay, I think that'll work. I don't think it'll yell at me. It might yell at me. It'll probably yell at me. I'm too tired to do this right now, but I really should do a dictionary. Max scores. You know what, let's just skip that for now. We don't need to do that right now. I'm too tired. I have not been coding recently enough. So we don't need to do that right now. It would be nice, do it later. Okay, so all rifles fired. check each individual rifle for scores. And no period. Okay, that's good enough for now. Yeah. Perfect. And then we need to add this down here. We need to draw it inside the UI somewhere. See. Group and paste. Okay. Now into UI. Actually, we need to pull this one. Copy. Go into UI. I think you can see my screen. You should be good. But we need to go into the main panel and say else return. If we don't return, we're going to row equals self.layout.row. Then first we're going to do self.layout.separator, and then make a row, and then a row.operator going to be, and then that. Then that should be good. Okay. Perfect. If I do that, it's upset with me because it says objects, context object, object. bippy.context.objects. Why is that not a thing? Is it bippy.data.objects? Operators. bippy.context. bippy.context.objects. Scene. Objects. Okay, so that's in scene. Thanks, guys, for the extra confusion. Guys meaning the Blender gods. All right, context.scene.objects. There we go. Now it should be happy. Why it's bippy.context.object or active object and object, but then it has to be bippy.context.scene for objects. Makes no sense to me, but whatever. Okay. All rifles fired, check each individual rifle for scores. Perfect. I think as long as we don't have errors, we're good to go. Perfect. Okay. So that's done. And do we have our PEP8 still? I think we do. Perfect. And now we go into here. And we need to think about what information do we need. When we call this operator, we are passing it what? We're passing it the active object, which contains what? When we go into algorithm, the first thing we need is the active objects. The active object is a rifle. So really we want this to be called rifle. So the rifle is, that is a rifle, right? Yeah, that's a rifle. Okay. So the rifle has what properties? It has the ammo speed and the rifle accuracy. So we're going to go into algorithm and round velocity equals, or self.round velocity equals self.rifle dot, what did I call it over there? It's right, your ammo speed equals self.rifle.ammo speed. Okay, and then self dot what was the other one? That's the score. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so that's the only information we need from the rifle. And then the other thing we need is self dot we need all of our microphone objects. So microphone equals get all microphones, and that'll be self.getAllMicrophones. Then we need to create that. Def or bleh, get all microphones. And that will be a dictionary with tuples, I think. Or no, yes, it should be a dictionary with tuples. So we need self, and I think that should be it. And return dict. Hold up. So the format is going to be name of mic name, and then it's going to be a tuple, which is going to contain the delta t along with the confidence. Okay, so mics equals, or did I already make that? No, I didn't. But we can copy that list comprehension. So if we go to operators and we can just copy this. Go up to here and paste all mics. You get all mic data. Mic data. Okay. And then empty for empty and if empty display name equals, we now need to from import from dot y import mic type. Now this will be mic type. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And then, so that's all the microphones. And we're going to add a print statement here real fast, just to be sure. So all microphones. So F here, all microphones. All mics, perfect. And then, you know what, let's just comment that out for now. Why is this messed up? Just comment all that out. I just want to do that. And yeah, let's test that real fast just to make sure we are not making any big mistakes. Now, if I select this rifle and fire it, we should get a print statement telling us what all of our microphones are. And we do. Perfect. Okay. Not making any mistakes yet. But this is the format that we need. So we're going to do or mic in all mics. We need to establish our dictionary first. So all the mic data equals dictionary. Now we're going to say that mic data mic.name equals tuple mic.delta e comma mic.confidence. Then return mic data, but before that, print out mic data. Print mic data so we can make sure we are doing the correct thing there. And I think I am. It's delta t and then confidence, right? Delta t and confidence, yep. back to algorithm. We're going to make sure that works. Yeah, and we don't need this anymore, I don't think. Delete that. Oh no, we don't want that inside the loop. We want that outside the loop. Oop. And go. We're going to see what happens. Fire. Now we get... Okay, so all of our values are nothing. Why are they all nothing? Our values here. Do I need to open up the other file? I think I do. Open recent calc. Save. No, no. Open recent. File, open recent, calcrack. No, don't save. We want this data right here. Can you please select the empty? Thank you. Okay, we have the data in this one. So, okay, here we go. And we need to go back into Blender and just fire one of these. Make sure that we have the right data. There we go. And VS Code. Okay. So it looks like we do have our data. We're going to round to 3 decimal points. We'll round to 3 decimal points. So around 3. But otherwise that looks good, and the one that has a small confidence is in there. Good. Perfect. Okay, so now we have that. We'll keep that print statement in there for now, but that is good. And we'll actually put a message, a debug message here, Mike data, so we know what it is later. And curly braces. There we go. And closing parenthesis inside the parenthesis. There we go. Or closing quote. Okay, so now we have all of our mic data. This will be mic data. Okay, so we have our round velocity, our mic data, and we also need you know what, I think that's good. I think that's all we need to do on the init method. The next thing we need to do is this is where I'm going to start talking to the bot, because I'm not going to be doing the math. I'm going to be forcing the bot to explain to me how the math works, but I'm not going to be... Oh, the other thing we need to do is the rifle location. We need the rifle location. So self.rifle location equals self.rifle. So in Blender, the location data is stored in a float vec. Is it in a no? Stored in a what is it stored inside of again? Dot location one. I think it's like this. I think you're supposed to do location there. No, you're supposed to be that. And then I think it's one of these. No, not paste. Copy. This is, I don't have a mouse trackpad, so it doesn't work very well. Okay, 1, and then comma, and paste, close. This is going to be 2. Then print self.right. Could you disappear that, please? I do not need to see your pop-up. Rifle location. There we go. Self.rifle location. Yeah, so we'll make sure that works. I think it'll work. 0.5, 18, negative 2, 5. That seemed correct. Yes, it does. Perfect. So I remember how to do that. I don't know how to do polls apparently, but I know how to do that. Okay. Perfect. And yeah, we need to figure out what the vector is. Self dot rifle vector, and that'll just be another to see, I guess. Get rifle vector. I'm gonna pass in self dot rifle. Okay. And this is going to be a method, so self. Okay. And then this one is after get all mic data, so def get rifle vector self rifle. Okay, return. Okay, I'm gonna pass this to the box. I have no idea how to get. So this is, hold on, I'm not gonna pass it to him. I'm just gonna ask. So when you have a single arrow empty type and you already know the origin of the start of the array, how do you find what's basically a vector for the other x, y, c coord? Why is there a random parenthesis right there? Coordinates for where it's pointing. Okay, and it thinks that it should be this. All right, and yeah, we'll see what it does. I don't know if that's gonna be right, but print. Can you get out of the way, please? Print self.rifle vector. See what happens. And fire. What do you have? Vector. Okay. 18 point. I don't know. That looks kind of weird. I'm gonna pass it to the bot to make. This is the correct way to use AI, in my opinion. Well, I asked you to return a vector. The endpoint position. Arrow tip, world position. Rifle vector. direction only endpoint. Get rifle endpoint. We'll just call it get rifle endpoint. Or I guess it wants this one, get rifle endpoint. I think that's what we want. We'll find out later. Right now we're just trying to get all of our information stored in one place so that it's just a matter of doing the calculations. So get rifle endpoint. Rifle endpoint. What I don't understand is I thought a vector meant the endpoint basically, but apparently not. Rifle endpoint. Get rifle endpoint. There we go. Okay. I think we're actually getting pretty close here. We have, I think, all of our data here, right? We have the rifle location, the rifle endpoint. We have all of our mic data. Oh, we need the position of all the mics, right? Yeah, we need the position of all the microphones. So we need to do that. So delta T on, hold up. Mic dot location. Yeah, let's check that. Round that to 3 as well, I suppose. And we'll check that real fast. What are you upset about? Type vector doesn't, okay. We don't need to worry about that. We can just give it the mic location. That's what it was. It was a vector. Oh, it has a, what is that? Hold up. Fire. And it's still upset. Get rifle direction. Why is it still called that? Get rifle. Where is that? Get rifle endpoint. Where are you seeing get rifle direction? Line 36. All right, let's try that again. Fire. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, we have our vectors there. And I think we're gonna just make this give location as well. I don't think we need to put it into tuples. Equals self.rifle.location. That should be just fine. Okay. All right. I think we're pretty good. So we should have right here the X. So we need to add all of our debug information here. You can see my screen. So we're going to do print velocity self dot ground velocity, and then it's going to be mic data. So paste that in. Self dot data, self dot round velocity. Label these, please. F velocity. I don't mean what it sounds like. Nope. velocity, and then it's going to be F rifle location. And it's going to be rifle endpoint. Okay, and why are you upset? I didn't close the quotes. Okay, so I think that's all the init information we need. We're going to do that. And now I need to write out the docstring that's going to tell us what we're doing here. Why does that say docstring for algorithm? No, that's not what I typed. Problem or context. Context is we need to find out where a bullet was fired from. All we have is a bunch of non-time synced audio recordings of a crack and thump. Problem is we need to test hypothesis shooting position, angle, speed solutions we need to see if a possible solution would actually create the Crack-Thump delta t times for each microphone, the ones we actually observe in the recordings. Solution is we must mathematically calculate the Mach cone, see where it intersects each microphone, and calculate the delay between that time and when the thump or the bang from the rifle itself would arrive. We must then average the scores, the accuracy scores, for each microphone and determine the total accuracy score between all mics to deliver the final score for the candidate rifle angle velocity. And I should use candidate up here. That's a better word. Candidate. Position, angle, speed. That's position, angle, speed. That way it's consistent. Okay. Yeah, that's fine for now. I'm not worried because when we look at the spec, we also need to print out the We need to create a text file, but I'm not worried about that right now. We're not going to do that in the stream because it's already going pretty long. We'll worry about that later. I will, at least, not us. Okay, so that is our doc string for what this needs to do. Final output is going to be just a number, just a integer on, or no, it's float. It is a float. A float on a 0 to 100% score, like on a test. Okay, so that is our context, our problem, our solution, and what it needs to finally output. And I'm not doing all the type hinting right now because I'm just too bored. That's way too boring. I started with Python and I never had to do it. I do it sometimes, but not all the time. We're not going to do that right now. Okay, so I'm going to, I think we have what we need. I've done all the groundwork here. So I'm going to show the bot the thing here. And I'm going to ask it to analyze that. Please analyze without writing code. So the bot is going to look at what we're actually doing here so that it's on the same page. And I'm going to check the chat, make sure the chat is good to go. An audible mic drop, basic, and well, that you're like live streaming the calculate blank. Can AI calculate for a blank as opposed to bullet? No, because the microphones are not time synced, and a blank would not leave a supersonic crack. Yes, there's no super. The only reason we have Trigger Smart's in here. Yeah, I've kind of been in and out of the chat, but yeah, if it was just a blank, there would be no supersonic crack. And you would have no timing delay between the crack and the thump, which means you have no calculation. ChatGPT might lead you astray. Copilot or something else dedicated to AI coding may work better. I only have experience with using ChatGPT, and I'm going to be very focused on making sure I understand everything it's doing, and I'm only using it for the math side, but I'm going to force it to tell me exactly what it's doing. I'm not sure. That will have to be a question for me. Is this coded on VS Code? Yes, this is code. This is VS Code. How did you respond? How do I respond to George Webb? I don't follow him much, so I don't know. Got to update the class name. That was probably a while ago. Everything works. Okay, we'll go back to chatting with ChatGPT. All right. Go back to here and screen share. Okay, let's make sure it understands what's going on. Okay, what is its complaints here? Yeah. Hitting complexity trap number 1, units. Yeah, we need to know what the units are. Speed of sound value. Okay, yeah, let's do units. That's a good idea. Ground velocity. Why is there a period right there? I didn't put a period right there. In FPS. This is good thinking from ChatGPT. Rifle location, that's just a vector. And why is there another period right there? Did I put the period there? In a Blender vector object. And then rifle endpoint, that's also in a Blender vector object. FPS, feet per second. Put this here as well. A scene units are in meters. Okay. So we would need to convert FPS to meters per second. And then delta T. So okay, we also need to know that the delta T is in seconds, and confidence is on a 0 to or 1 to 3 scale, where 3 is high confidence. That stuff is important. I know there's a much better way to type hint that, but I'm just doing the lazy version right now because I know that ChatGPT will probably do it on its own. Don't have time for that right now. And I don't like doing that because it's so boring. I think that is what we need for that, so I think we're good there. And in complexity trap, number 2, silent failure. Not worried about that. Scientific assumption, you must lock down. Crack is generated at closest approach of bullet path to microphone. Okay, that's fine. Needs early, okay. Perfect. Now we are going to go at this without the license block. Copy. All right. This is what we have now. Please analyze without writing code and explain how you would complete the execute method to return the accuracy score. Do we need any other init props? Are we good? Are we good? And what steps would you take without writing code to do the calcs? Hold up. Forgot to paste it. Paste. Okay. So now what I typically do when I'm using AI is I just want to make sure that it understands what I'm trying to achieve. And I want to make sure that I understand, I'll go to me. I want to make sure that I understand what it's going to do. And I always prompt it to not write in code if it's going to be more complicated. I just want to talk about it back and forth to make sure we're on the same page as to what we're trying to achieve. I want to know exactly what it's thinking, what it's going to do before it actually does it. That's the importance of when you prompt these AIs, always make sure on something more complicated, talk about it in plain English before you go to code. Don't just let it spit out stuff, because that's when you go wrong. That's when it misunderstands things. It doesn't have the right context and so forth. Back to screen share. Okay. Correct conceptual framing, finding the shooter, testing a hypothesis. Yes. One mismatch you must address. Scene units are meters. Yes, I already said that. We do need to calculate that. What execute conceptually represents. Execute is not a Blender operator. No, it's not. It's a pure evaluation function. Correct. Given a hypothesized, yeah. Let's do 3 things. Predict Crack-Thump for each microphone. Yes. Compare prediction versus observation and aggregate the discrepancies and to normalize the discrepancies. Yes. Perfect. You need more init properties. Okay, so you know what? Let's go ahead and make those 3 methods. So we're going to do predict, or it's gonna be a method. So self.predict mic delta t's. And then we're going to do self dot compare, and we want to collect that. So predictions, and compare predictions, and we already have the actual mic data on self on this instance. We don't need to pass that. Self.compare predictions. Error, I guess, would be what we're going to collect. And then score, final score equals calculate score error. or self.calculate. Or actually, that would be return. That would be our return. Okay. So with this, execute what without doing the actual math code yet. Let's do the top level of the predict Mike delta t's. Predict Mike delta t's function. Inputs, implicit via self, predict Mike delta t. Okay, we're not. What are you doing, guy? Okay. Do we need more net props? Almost there. We'll need access to speed of sound. That'll be a constant. Ammo speed. Don't we already have that? We already have that. Tolerance policy. Penalty policy. Like yeah, that'll be constants. You can add constants to top of file for speed, sound, and other rules and such. Okay. Okay, so we need these constants at the top. Speed of sound in meters per second. Is that right? I think we should do this in meters because that would be easier for Blender. So equals, what is the speed of sound in meters per second? Speed of sound in meters per second. That's 343. Okay, cool. 343. Okay. Active VS Code. Waiting rules. We'll figure that out later. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and write a prediction. I'll go for mics. Okay, and I'm going to let it think harder for this one. All right, so we're breaking it down into smaller chunks so that, like, we already tested this stuff, I think. Can you not? I just tried to wake up the computer. You should not fire because I tried to wake up the computer. Like, this is why in QLab, there's two actions in order to make media play. You have to select the cue and then you press the space bar. It's not like if you just accidentally bump the keyboard, it's going to fire whatever. But that's ProPresenter for you. And of course, you don't have the escape hotkey either, like you do in QLab. But anyway, we're going to test this again just to make sure it is truly working correctly, since I did mess with some stuff. Calcrack, here we go. And fire. It's upset. What are you upset about? Because I just messed with stuff, that's why. We're still under construction here. So return. Yeah, return 99. Had a really good score that time. And we're at 9:33 p.m. now. Wow. And fire. Do we have a good readout? Looks like we do. Perfect. Oh, and I should share that readout. I'm sorry, I should have shared printout. Here is a test. Okay, sorry, buddy. I should have given you that sooner. But because you do need to know that, okay, this is vector, that one is vector, that one is whatever, and it's a dictionary for that. Okay. Are you happy with, you don't need to explain all this stuff, dude. Just make sure that your thing still works. Make sure we didn't make any mistakes because we were not on the same page. Why are you writing all this stuff? I guess it's happy. Okay. So we will take a look at this. You can see my screen. Predict mic delta T's. Predict Crack-Thump delta T for each microphone based on rifle origin and direction, world space. Bullet speed, speed of sound. Dict keyed by mic name with prediction. Mic name, predicted delta T. Okay, valid. Reason. Why are we doing that? What are you using valid for? Reason. Why do we need valid? Invalid penalty set. Why do we need a valid item? Because not every microphone can produce a meaningfully. Why not? Okay, fine. So like if it's behind the, I guess if it's behind, it's possible. Like not everything is going to experience a Crack-Thump. Okay, fine. That's fine. Whatever. I guess it's really robust these days. ChatGPT is. All right. So 0. What? Okay, we're not doing this single letter variable stuff here. Can we not do the single letter variable stuff? Like it looks more scientific, but we don't need scientific, we need readable. And you don't need to write an essay, buddy. Just rewrite your function with using more readable variable names. Okay, perfect. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Well, it did not disappoint, that's for sure. Rifle origin world. What? Why do you need self.rifle.matrix world.translation copy? Why are you doing this? Don't we already have that? In the init? Yeah, we already gather that stuff. We don't need to do that. Let's just... What are you doing? No. I didn't mean to do that. Let's just incorporate the new function into the existing class. Yeah, this is why I do need to learn how to do all this stuff myself without having to deal with ChatGPT. Did it go? What happened? I guess it broke. No, we're not doing voice chat. Maybe we should do voice chat. No, we're not trying to do voice chat. Can you just incorporate it into this? Perfect. Now it's not doing the essay stuff anymore. You don't need to rewrite the entire thing though. Come on, man. Okay, here we go. Why do you have that up here? You don't need to do that in the init. Self-up predict mic delta t's. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. And I guess I can just... I don't want to copy all that. Okay, but it's fine. I'll look at it real fast. We will delete that and paste it in. And I will look through, at least glance through all of it. Okay. I think that's all verbatim good. I don't want all these comments. Why do we have all these comments? We'll deal with that later. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But this function definitely needs to be over in the other spot based on my design pattern that I like to use. X. Oop, 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 oop. And yeah. Okay, and I'm going to look at this before I run it. Predictions. Okay, rifle origin worlds. Okay, good. We're getting that this way now because we already calculated that. Bullet speed meters per second. Good. Speed of sound. MIPS. Float. Speed of sound. Why are we floating that? Didn't we already float it? No. Okay, fine. Subsonic. Okay. Fine, sure. Good idea. Okay, we can do that if it's subsonic. But if it's subsonic, like, we shouldn't be doing this in the first place. We need to handle that eventually. We should exit early if it's subsonic, because none of this will work. Mach cone. We should handle that outside this. So we're gonna get rid of that. And I'll just add a note on the operator. Or I guess at the top of the algorithm that says if what was it again? It was if it's subsonic, we need to exit early. I'll just take this, copy. Bullet speed, meters per second. Where is it calculating that? Bullet, self-up bullet speed, meters per second. Okay. Okay. Return none. We should also return message. So Access. Subsonic. You know what's an even better way to handle that? Is to not even allow it to be subsonic. We can just go into, what is the speed of sound? Is feet per second and meters per second. FPS to meters per second. Speed of sound in meters per second. 343. So if we go into properties and we just do meters per second, or if we import from algorithm, import speed of sound in MPS. Okay. And now it's the equation for that was I need it in feet per second. How do we get it in feet per second? Jeez. I need it in feet per second. This is so much work. What is the speed of sound in feet per second? Speed of sound in feet per second is 1125.33. So 1126. Speed sound in FPS. I'm getting so tired. In FPS underscore. Okay. Minimum for ammo speed is going to be speed, sound, and FPS. That's fixed now. We don't need to handle that downstream because it can never be lower than that now. So we deleted that. Perfect. Okay, so now it is doing square root term, and I know square root has a lot to do with this. So I don't understand what that is. Mach cone tangent. These are terms that I'm familiar with. Perfect. For mic name, okay, what are we doing now? Mic position. Okay, so we're getting the keys there for the items from that dictionary. So mic position world equals mic position dot copy. That's good. That prevents us from getting screwed by Blender's steps graph system, I think. Something like that. And then vector rifle to mic. That is decompose mic position relative to bullet axis. Okay. Thump muzzle blast arrival time. Perfect. Okay. Track arrival time is going to be distance along trajectory plus perpendicular distance to trajectory Mach cone tangent. I have no idea what this stuff is, but valid equals true, reason equals okay. If crack arrival time is less than 0, we have a negative. Okay. Predicted delta t equals crack arrival time minus thump. That makes sense. If valid, else none. Okay. And then it just puts that all in there. Okay, looks good to me. I don't know if the math is right, but we will find out later. Okay. You can see my screen. Def air. We're going to pass into it predictions. Okay. Now I deleted the case for subsonic by simply setting the min for that property to 1126 FPS. Much simpler that way. And you do the next function now. And don't forget to paste. There we go. Now we'll get the next function. That was my chair. That was not me. Okay. Here are your constants. What? Invalid mic error seconds. Do you need those? Why do you have those commented out? Do you need those? Here. Let's copy. And we're going to review all of that in here. Paste. And find it. Oop. It does need those, okay. Oop. And we're going to take these and X. There, perfect. And doop, and doop. And uncomment. And uncomment. Perfect. And now we're going to review this to make sure this at least makes sense to me. Why do we have mic position here? Okay. I'll probably make that underscore, but no big deal. All right, I need to actually understand what's going on here. Comparisons, making a dictionary with sub-dictionaries, okay? Total weight, weighted absolute error, or mic name prediction, predicted delta t prediction record, okay, is valid, okay, valid reason, okay. We'll observe data from the snapshot you captured. With the U, so it doesn't look like it's AI. We'll observe data from the snapshot captured in init method. And correct, okay. Map confidence to a numeric weight. Confidence to weight. What is confidence to weight? Confidence to weight. 1 is 1.0, 2 is 2.0. Okay, so it's just floating it. Okay. Floating it is a weird thing to say because if you've watched the television show The 100, floating someone means shooting him out the airlock. That's a weird verb to use that way. Anyway, get int confidence 1. I don't know why it doesn't just float. Like, why do we need that? Why don't we just say float? I don't know. That's weird. I would probably fix that later, but I'm too tired to right now. If not, is valid or predicted delta t is none. Invalid mic count. We're storing invalid mics. Why are we storing invalid mics? Okay. Okay, I mean, signed error seconds. If your observed delta t is actually thump minus crack, change this. No, it's not thump minus crack. Wait. It's just, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do you mean it's just the distance in time between the two peaks? Are we on same page still? I don't know what it means by that. It needs a sign convention so it can compare apples to apples. Time crack, time thump. But we don't know that. Time minus crack. Usually positive in real recordings because, well, the crack always arrives first. Okay, perfect. I guess it's still happy. Wait. Right now you compute predicted delta t equals crack arrival time minus. Change it to, okay, so this will be in the compare method, I guess. And you compare, where is that? Do comparison, where is it doing that? Where are you doing that? Predicted delta t? So thump arrival time minus crack arrival time. Yeah, that's correct. The thump. Okay, so that should be crack arrival time. Minus crack arrival time. All right, so we fixed that. See, this is why like you need to actually look at the code it's spitting out. Make sure you understand at least as much as you possibly can. Within reason. Comparison per mic name. What is per mic? What is per mic? Oh, that's just one of the keys in one of these. In key for something. What is per mic? Where are you getting that from? Oh, it's from right here. Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah, I don't see anything else that's jumping out at me. I'm gonna check the chat real fast. Maybe some other coders are in here and have things to say. Having some side chats, which is very understandable. You see a strong second impulse. We have Truth of Aids in here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We'll land in the same place. Okay. Because he will inevitably pick a reflection that leads him to the conclusion there is a muzzle blast. Well, we already did the audio stuff in Audition. We're just measuring between the two peaks. I don't see anything that I need to respond to there. I don't think. Okay, back to here. I think we have just one more function to do, which would be the calculate score. Now we just need to calculate score one. Just need the calculate score method. Okay. It does. Add these scoring constants. We need these. Okay. We have a lot of constants. Wow. We're gonna add those constants to the top as requested. Scoring policy. Tune these. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so we'll tune those as needed, I guess, as we start getting some results. Okay, calculate score. Really complicated, wow. Okay. I wonder if we should get like a simpler scoring method that's making less decisions than this, because this seems really complicated. We want to keep it as simple as possible. And we have ChatGPT stuff here. Wrong ASCII characters. Okay. Per mic. Why are we get rid of the search? I don't know why that's there. I'm going to ask it, is there a simpler way to do this? Simpler way to score it? It seems super, super complicated. And hold on. The context is forensics, real world. So we want it to be, to have as little potential for bias as possible. Did you not stop yet? I think it's still going. Copy, study, relive. Okay, yeah, let's get, okay, so it's giving options. Yeah, that looks simple. We do the quote thing. That seems simple. Let's do that instead. Okay, we're gonna just use these now. Perfect. Gonna get rid of all that random stuff at the top. Not random, but too complicated. We want to minimize potential for bias. I'm gonna delete this. So when it's so complicated, it becomes so easy for it to get biased. We don't want that. This function now, it's much, much simpler. Maybe even I can understand it. Yeah, this is much better. WMAE. Okay, per mic equals comparison get per mic. Okay, length of most mics required. What is that set to? Minimum mics required 1. Okay, that's fine. And this all looks good. Clamp to 0 to 100. Perfect. Yeah, let's do that. I think we should be good to go test now. Maybe. It'll probably throw an error at first, but that's okay. We're going to give it a shot. See what happens. This could be it, folks. This could be the moment of truth. It works. It says the accuracy score was 0. That's no good. Okay. Why does it say the accuracy score is 0? Let's just print out predictions. See what that looks like. Make sure we don't have like data not being passed around correctly. Seem like it's working. I'm going to test the other ones too, just to see if like those shooting positions are just so far off. Let's test this one. No, I don't get anything. for that one? Nothing. Okay. So it seems like the predicted delta t values are all way, 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 way too small. We have mixed units, maybe. Is this set to meters? It should be set to meters. I think. Are we set to meters? Yeah, we're set to meters. Blender is set to meters. Mic coordinate magnitudes look like they might be feet. No, Blender is set to meters. Is set to meters. The delta, well, okay. And then the velocity of the rifle input is feet per second. I think we already knew that though. If Blender distances are meters and your ammo speed input is feet per second and you're converting feet per second to meters per second, consistent unit system, yeah. Your recordings. No, not that. What your observed values imply. Well, the rifle is supposed to be 140 meters away. Let me check in the Blender scene. Your mic coordinates are around 30 to 37 from the origin. Hold up. Did I mess this part up? Why on earth is that saying that's only 31 meters away? I think my scale might be messed up somehow. What is the width of this? It says the width of that is only 4 meters. Okay. I think I have a scaling problem here. Yes, the length of this thing should be 140 meters. It's only 41 meters somehow. So we have a scaling issue on my model, I guess. Which is not good. What is the dimension of this? This should be 10 by 10 feet by 10 feet. And instead it is 0.6 by 0.6 meters. So we need to scale up this entire thing to where that would be 140 meters, I guess. I thought I had scaled this correctly, but I guess I didn't. So we need to fix that. Do we know if the tent was 10 feet by 10 feet? Chat, do we know that? Was the tent Charlie was under, was that 10 feet by 10 feet? Because that was because the fed distance they gave us, that was confirmed by the drones that I guess Paramount Tactical did and by Google Maps. But do we know if that tent was 10 feet by 10 feet? My voice is exhausted. Apply scaling. I'm not too worried about that because we're only looking at world distances, not the scaling of individual objects, I don't think. I don't want that either, I don't think. It was. Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 10 feet by 10 feet. So we're going to find out what 10 feet to meters is. 10 feet to meters is 3 meters. Okay. Don't do that. 3 meters. What that should be. Blender. Back to screen share. We need to shift add a mesh, a cube, and it's going to be, where is my cube? There it is. Grab on the Y. Over here, you're going to be 3 meters. Scale. 3 by 3 by 3. You're supposed to go to the next one by 3. Okay. And now we are going to select everything, A, and then we're going to deselect the cube, and we're going to scale up everything such that our cube is the size of the tent. What we need to do. And that should fix the scaling issue, at least for the most part. I'll need to fix it more later, but that'll do some good stuff. A. Deselect cube. Scale up some more. I think we're getting pretty close now. I would say that's pretty right on. Perfect. So now we should be able to redo it and maybe it'll work this time. Oop. Go back into crack, whatever. Ooh, 6.6 accuracy score. We have an accuracy score. Here, it says 15.58% accuracy. Okay, what about this one? It says 0. Wow, okay. That one gets 6.6%. This one gets 15.58%. Okay. Well. So now we actually have some stuff that seems like it actually works. Maybe. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to make sure everything is saved. And we're going to commit this real fast. Because we have something that's doing stuff. For the first time. And we're going to make sure we have the screen share on. First, functional, prototype. Okay, commit stage. Well, hold up. Let's, we don't need the Python. We need to go into, where is my get ignore? Where is my get ignore? That should be in here. Where is it? Alva Theaters. Is it in here? Do I have one in here? Where are my get ignores at? Why are they not coming up? I need my get ignore. Let's copy and make sure we have that. I don't know why we don't. New file dot get ignore. Okay. That'll get rid of, we don't need these ones. Don't need those ones. We do want the other ones. Okay. So that should help, I think. We want to save this Blender file before I forget. Save. Perfect. And go back into VS Code. And okay, go back to here. And now we still have this stuff. So we're just going to stage the init.py. I'm going to stage the getIgnore. I'm going to stage algorithm.py. The on register, operators, properties, UI, and all this other stuff, this Python stuff I don't want. First functional prototype, save all and commit changes. Perfect. Sync changes. Okay. And now you guys can actually access this code now. I think. Should be able to. I'm pretty sure it is good to go in that respect. And I will post the link to it in the chat here in a second. If I can find, it's not under Alva Theaters, it's under my account. If I can find that. Can I just go to my account, please? Please go to my account. Where is it? Here it is, CalCrack. I think it's a good name. I don't have a README for it yet. I'll do that later. But here is the link to what we're working on here. Can you not do that? Okay. That is the link to the code. I just posted it there. And so you have access to it now if you want. I think you would need a GitHub account in order to access it. But yeah, that image right there on the README is not correct. That's from the template that I used. But the algorithm is there. And it's doing stuff. It is telling us that, we'll go back to this now and make sure the screen share is on. It is telling us, like Algeist said, the shot into the van is better than the shot into Charlie from Losey Center. And it's also telling us that the rifle from Sorensen Center doesn't even register. It's not even close. And we can also look at this one and see, oh, that one doesn't work either. But this one, the shot into the van, it's an accuracy score of 15.58%. And the one into Charlie is only 6%. And I wonder what happens if I sort of tweak it a little bit. Like if I go this way, is it better? Oh, okay. What happens if I go over here? Oh, okay. Oh, now it's 0. Okay. What about over here? Now it's 0. Now it's 8%. %. 20. Now it says 30%. 31%. I can add this to the depths graph and just make it automatically do it, but I don't feel like doing it right now. so I don't have to keep hitting fire. But it seems to be proposing that it is actually more like down here, but we know it's not going to go down there. Can't hit the dirt. What happens if we go up? Like, if you guys were wondering what the purpose of all this is, it's so that we can do this. Allgeist in the stuff Allgeist did, he published, I think, 2 tests. The one for shot into Charlie and into the van. But I literally just did like 30 different tests in like 20 seconds. Not 20 seconds, but almost 20 seconds. If I wanted to make, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make it so that this thing automatically moves. We need to add a depth scrap handler, so oh god. So when I do this in Sorcerer, it's like 1,000 times more complicated, so I need to think about how to do this. Why do we have a diff? Why is there a diff? This isn't a diff, but what is this? Why? Can we go back to normal view? What has happened? I just want to see this. Thank you. Where are we? We're good. We're good. Okay. We want to add an event system. So event handler .py. Then we need to add our license block real fast. But what we're going to do is we're going to make it just automatically calculate that every time I move the thingamadoodad. So copy event handler.py, paste, import pippy. There's no second I. There we go. I'm just gonna have the bot do it because I don't feel like it. Let's go have the bot do it because I just don't feel like doing it. Fine tune later. In the meantime, not type. In the meantime, can you quickly write a depth graph handler to fire the... Do we really need to track the state between updates? Probably not. It's fine. We'll just do it we'll do every single object, every update. That's fine. We don't need to do that. Fire the button on each rifle on every depth graph update. And you can go balls deep getting these things to work really well, and I'm not going to. But I do that on Sorcerer, so I know how to, but I don't have time for that right now. We're just going to do a very simple one that's going to be slow and laggy a little bit, but it's okay. We're just going to make it simple for now so that we don't have to keep hitting the button over and over and over again. No, we don't need to do that. No. No, we don't need an is rifle flag. We can just check the empty display label thingy or whatever for from UI import rifle type. Yeah, this should be very simple. What? I don't know why this is so complicated, but whatever. Let's just copy that in there, see if it works. Paste. And it is cal crack fire rifle. Good. Globals. Okay, fine. And I need to call the register of this inside the init.py. Register UI register from dot event handler import register as event register unregister as event unregister register event. Make it events. Events. Oh, sorry, I flipped it around. Register events. Unregister events. Unregister events. That should be flipped around, but I don't care. It's fine. All right, so this should work now. It could crash Blender. It's known to do that, but I think it'll be okay. Certainly possible it could crash. All right. Go over here. Rotate. Not appear to be working. Okay, that's fine. We don't have any errors though. Oh, it says, but go in here if step update handler not in. Okay, this all looks good. Fire all rifles does. It's not. No, it's cal crack fire rifle. It doesn't take a rifle name. You know what? Let's just do cal cracked up all rifles fire. I think that's the operator. I think, yeah, we just need to call the operator, really. I already wrote that operator. Let's see if the operator works, though. Does the operator work? Because we did this one. It looks like it does. Okay. We can just hit that button, basically. And we don't need that. All rifles fire. We don't need that. Just get rid of that. We don't even need that. We just need the event handler. We already have that. Okay. Hitter rifle objects. We don't need to because we already do that. Fire all rifles. That's good. Ip.ops.calcrack.all rifles fire. I think that's right. Operators. Calcrack.all rifles fire. Perfect. And event handler. 8. And I think we should be good. We should also delete the print statements in there. We don't need those right now. We might later. We don't right now. I think that's in the init method. I'm beginning to lose my voice here. I think. We need to go find the print statements and comment that out. Is that the only one? These are also print statements. Comment those out because as we begin doing a lot of these on the depths graph, that's going to slow everything down because those print statements are really time consuming for some reason. I don't know why, but they are. Okay. Open that up. And top view, We rotate. Still not working. Why not? Not throwing an error. Is this running? Print. Running. Is thou running? Rotate. You should be running. And it's not running. Why is it not running? Appsgraph update post. And Appsgraph update handler. We have some prints now, and we don't. Why do we not? Event handler, import register as register events. Unregister as unregister events. Are we even running that code? Print 1. Print 2. We're going to just keep throwing print statements at it until we know what on earth is going on. Why are we not running? We have a 1 and we have a 2. Okay. That's just the register. Why is it not firing then? Appsgraph update handler. It should definitely be there. Why would it not be there? It's running, but it's not going. Heck? Definitely be running. Let's maybe for some reason it's not registering that as a move, maybe. I don't see how it wouldn't be. And it's still not printing. Let's change it to the pre. I'm gonna change it to the pre. See if that fixes it. I don't understand how that's not working, but I'm gonna figure it out one way or another. It's just not firing. Still not going. It's not going. What the heck? What have I done here? I know it's being added. Do we need persistent? Maybe we need persistent. Import persistent. From, where is that? From, what is that called? Where is persistent? Word persistent. It's from persistent. No, it's not from persistent. Let me, God. Is it inst? Oh God, where is it? It's, where is Sorcerer? I need to go to Sorcerer. Where is Alva Sourcer? Repositories Sourcer. Come here. Where it? How do I import persistent? Source. Or no, it's not there. It's Resembles Bippy handlers. Event handlers. From bippy.app.handlers. That's what it is. From bippy.app.handlers. Import persistent. I'm going to decorate this one persistent. Let's see if that fixes it. Maybe that'll do it. Let's see. I think that'll fix it. Really think it will. There we go. Okay. Now let's get rid of those print statements real fast. Those are going to slow us down. Print running. Don't need that one anymore. Don't need that one anymore. Okay, and now go back to, it's the operators. And just get rid of that self.report. Perfect. What have I done? Wait, why is that upset now? Did I see red? Why? What happened? What did I type? I don't know what I typed. I typed something wrong. Okay, and now we can rotate this and see where it gets closest. And I'm going to make this, I don't think I can make it too much bigger, but can you guys still see my screen? Yeah, you can still see my screen. I'm going to check the chat. Audio doesn't improve much. I think it does. Get the opinion of Ben Jordan, the flashbulb dude, is an audio genius. Are you doing this so you can plug in 100% and see where it lands? No, we have to go the other way. Depscraft is spelled wrong the first time. Might have been, I don't know. Looks like 2 people have confirmed you can get the code without an account. Perfect. Seems available without an account. Will mention it to me if I don't see the comment. What is the comment? Julianne, Jordan, Algeist. We already did a live. I already did a live with Algeist. But maybe he'll want to come on and talk about this later. I think we're good. Okay. Go back to screen share. I think we're going to wrap up pretty soon because we have this thing mostly working. And I really want to take some time to understand it, what the code is actually doing before I declare victory. But we do have it working now such that we can see the numbers moving as we tilt this over. And on this axis here, it looks like it wants to go right here. And then on this axis, it wants to go, it doesn't care about that one too much. So yeah, it's actually putting it over there for some reason, which is kind of weird. I wouldn't have expected that. But that could just be error from my modeling, which definitely sucks, or from any number of other things. Okay, now it doesn't want to go over there anymore. Yeah, there's all different kinds of things it could be from. But it seems pretty confident that it is over here. So that's where it seems to want it, which is pretty odd. So we'll have to check the code and see what we find out. But that is, you know, like this one over here. Let's see if we can get anything from this. I don't know that we will. This one isn't getting accuracy anywhere. This one is basically the same, so we're not going to do that one. This one, whoop. We get some accuracy over here. Hold on. Go to local, please. Go to local. Oops. Get a little bit of accuracy on that one. Not a lot. Okay. If we go like over to Charlie, it's not gonna do anything. No, not really. Whoop. Whoa. Saying if they shoot the opposite direction, it could be the same. That's interesting. Like a lobe or something. Has 38% accuracy that way, but that's can't possibly be right. I don't think. But yeah, this appears to be what this analysis is saying. Is it was a shot from Losey. Hold on, let me move this a little bit. I think that got moved a little bit. Let me make sure that is still on the right spot. Yeah, it really wants to go right there. So that is our result for tonight. I don't know how I feel about it. But that's the result that we get. Does anyone have a shooting location they would like me to test? We can do that really fast. Put it in the chat. One with just the two of them. If you would like me to test another shooting location, please put it in the chat. We'll do that. Flash in the window was? Let's try the one with the where the flash in the window was. Let's try it. Why not, right? Now go back to screen share, please. We're going to go up here and Shift D, grab. I think the shot in the window was like up here, I think. I think it was like right there. So we're going to go up here and rotate that it goes over here. It's pretty close. And we get an accuracy score of 0%. And we can also put it more over there. We got the 0% accuracy score over there. But I think this was another area of interest. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. This was another area of interest for some people. Hold up. Go to global, please. Global transform. Grab on the Z. This was another area of interest, so we're going to test this as well. And looks like that's a no-go as well. So go back to transform local. And that looks pretty close. But we still have an accuracy score of 0%. Okay, so that's what we get for that one. Does not appear to be accurate. Well, we can tweak it a little bit here. Or no, not grab, rotate. And the length of it doesn't really matter. We can still test it. Yoop. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately that one doesn't work. Do we have any other requests in the chat? No, I need to go to me. Wrong one. Here. Is there any possibility that it came from where the two pieces of camera equipment was behind Charlie? We can try that. Did the flash in the window? Open door on the balcony. Can you be more specific, Mr. Turpin, on what door on what balcony you're referring to? Water, is it near? I don't think it could have been from the water. Well, you know what? Let's just test it. Why not? Let's test from the water, which I believe is... Go back to my screen. And let's test that. Let's do it. Grab, I'm gonna put it over by where the water was. Let's look at Google Maps real fast. I do not want to dox myself, so I'm going to go to me. We're going to go to Google Maps and go to UVU again. And we're going to find out exactly where the water was. Go to screen share again. So it's like a little bit more than one width of the pentagon. Okay. So it seems like it would be about right there, yeah. About right there. See where the water would be. Now we'll rotate it. And we will drag the size. And we will go into this view, rotate it up this way. And rotate. See, this is the reward for all of that hard work on the coding end. It's probably not working 100% correctly yet. I'm sure I need to tweak some stuff, but it's pretty exciting to be able to do this now and have it at least a reasonable expectation of accuracy. All right, and we still have an accuracy score of 0%. Well, hold on, we can make it better. We can make it level with where the water would actually be. Rotate it back up. And we still have an accuracy score of 0. We go up to bird's eye view, just rotate it around. Okay, we have, oh wow. Over here, it's saying we could get 60% accuracy if it was shot in the middle of the water, going over this way. And this is the weird thing about these mock cones. If you were, I'll probably try to figure out how to do, can you see my screen? I'll probably try to figure out how to do an actual heat map where it just samples like a 10 foot by 10 foot grid of every possible location and just gives you a heat map. It would have to be a 3D heat map, I guess, somehow, I guess, but it would be cool if you could just show a heat map, basically, with, I guess, different levels for different elevations to see where the different zones are, where it would actually work. That would be cool. But the way mock cones work is you couldn't, like, there are probably a lot of possible candidate solutions that would work. And it's saying that the water over to there could actually be feasible. But we don't have a narrative that would explain why that would be the case. That's interesting. That's another candidate, I guess. But any other requests? Back to me. We have into the pond. Yeah, we can do into the pond. Let's do into the pond. I don't think it's going to be much different than what we already have. So we can do into the pond. Screen share. So I will take this one. Grab. And we're going to go into this profile. We're going to rotate to there. And I don't think into the pond is going to work. Yeah, nothing into the pond, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately, I guess for the idea, not for the entire thing. Yeah, it doesn't look like that works. Back to me. And tried into the pond. What about from under the tunnel? That's the Kalikukul theory. Let's test that, yeah. And like, I want to be clear, this is not proven yet. I don't know if this is actually correct. I've not double checked the math. I need to run it by some people, but we're just doing some preliminary testing right now. It could be wrong, but it's really exciting to at least try. So now we are going to I'll just copy this one, Shift D, grab, and scale way down. I think it was more like over here, maybe. Yeah, looks like we have a pretty low accuracy score right now. Or really no accuracy score. So not looking good for the van in the tunnel as a shooting location. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, that one's a no bueno. Looks like the elevation is good. So that's no bueno according to this, unfortunately. Back to me. And it is almost 11. What I was asking, what about camera gun from Jimmy Dore's video? The camera gun, is that... Which camera? Is that the one... If I'm Charlie, is it the one... From your perspective, is it the one over here? Or is it one over here? Is it to my left or to my right? The camera gun. Maybe Jason will shut up now. I mean, once I verify that the math is correct. Am I muted? No, I can see you, Vindicti. Once I verify that, I don't think you're talking to me. I think I'm good. But once I verify that the math is good, and once I sort of do some better look-see at the code and run it by some people who know what they're actually talking about, we will have a much better indication on how well this does or does not actually work. Because you saw every step I took, and it was not necessarily the most scientific, but we'll figure that out later. So the camera gun, can we get some clarification on which camera we're talking about, Jimmy Dore? Oh, the one right by his, the one up here, I think is what they're talking about. Turn off X-ray mode. Where is that one at? The one I just did, where did it go? Right here. Shift D. Oop. And now I'm gonna want to go into this view, I think. Can you see my screen? Now you can. I guess we need X-ray mode again. Needs to be up there. We'll go to this view, grab it. About right there, I think is where it was. Now into the center, make it smaller, like so. And view now. Down, I think. That look right? Yep, that looks right. And we have no accuracy, unfortunately. So that's a no bueno. For me. And any camera needs an entry wound at the back. Let's check the one, if I'm Charlie, let's check the one with the female camera operator. Let's check that one. And we can also check palm gun theory as well. I don't think any of these ones are going to work because the Crack-Thump just is not even remotely close. But we're going to test them anyway because we can, because it's so easy now. So I think that camera was like right here. And it's going to swing around this way. Pretty close. And I can also post this Blender file on here so that you can run these tests yourself. And if you wanted to look at the code and see if you think there's anything wrong with the code, suggest improvements, you can do that as well. All right, so we have no accuracy for that one either. We can do palm gun as well, even though I don't think that's going to work. I think he was like right here. Go back to global. That'll be palm gun guy. No accuracy for that one. Yeah, so that's palm gun guy. Okay. Back to me. Please check from Lozy spot shooting high above the flag of falls. We're the hall of flags. We already did, and it doesn't have any accuracy. I believe that was the last request. I will post the Blender file to the repo so that you can access that again, and I will post it into the chat again. I think I still have it on my clipboard. Nope, that is code. We do not want that there. I will find the repo link again real fast. Where is it? I need to go to me. Need to go to my profile. Calcrack. Do we like the name Calcrack? I never saw anyone comment on that. Is that a good name? Copy. It seems like it makes sense. Behind and to the right of Charlie. We already tried that one. That one did not have any accuracy. Why did that not work? So I'll post the Blender file there. And the repo. Why can this just not work right now? I just copy it. Hold on. Right click, copy. Right click, paste. There it goes. Now that's in the chat. Please check from Lozy spot shooting. I already did that one, yeah. Okay. And I'm going to save that to save this Blender file to the repository file, save as. Go to here, users. Let's put it right there on the top level, I guess. Dot blend is fine for now. And I'll go into VS Code where I have Git. And stage.1, add blend file commit. Okay, and then algorithm by, oh, and this one was add event handler for continuous updates. Okay, and that would be all of them, please, and sync. So now that blend file is on the repository, so you now have everything you need in order to run those tests yourself. You now need to know how to error 404 on the link. What? No. No, I don't want to leave YouTube. Hold on. How is it an error 404? Is he just pulling my leg or is it okay? Safari. Paste and go. Should work. It works for me on my other browser, so I don't know what you're talking about. We can't see screen. Well, I know you can't see my screen right now. Is the link good? Is the link working? I think the link should be okay, because I just tested it on my other browser. Thank you for the super chat, Laurie. It doesn't show me your name. It should show me your name. I can see the handle. Maybe if I expand it. Nope, it doesn't want to show me. It just says Lori Heminger. Thank you so much for the super chat. No message. And TJ Rosas, thank you for the super chat. No message. Thanks so much, guys. And I think everything is working. I'm pretty sure the link works. If it doesn't, you might need an account. But I heard from some other people that you do not need an account. And I can log in on my other browser where I'm not signed in, and it works just fine without an account. So I'm going to wrap it up now. Thank you everyone for joining. I know it was a very long and very boring stream, and that was expected, but thanks for hanging in there. I hope you guys had a good time. In the future, I will be refining the code that we have now, the Blender add-on, and I will update the README so that it actually says stuff and make it more presentable. And I'm going to share it with Allgeist and I guess with anyone else. And tomorrow I will probably do another Debate Me Spaces on X. And if you disagree with the code, please come on and tell me why and help me make it better. So yeah, that'll do it for tonight. Thanks, guys. Thank you everyone for coming.